Greetings from Tokyo. Welcome to this flagship research conference of ADBI. Every year, ADBI Annual Conference focuses on an important policy issue. In the last few years, it explored impacts of COVID-19 on economic and societies, and the possibilities of climate change mitigation. And last year, we looked at the potentials and effective policies for making global supply chains resilient. ADBI chose SDGs as this year's theme. There are two reasons. One is that year 2023 marks the midway point of Agenda 2030. The SDGs differ from the predecessor, the Millennium Development Goals, in many respects, but there are also similarities. For example, both share similar theories. In theory, both would create a magnetic field or something in which all stakeholders across the world make efforts toward the same objectives, and the direction of efforts can be adjusted based on the results of periodic monitoring of progress. Unfortunately, such a theory works for neither MDGs nor SDGs. Some researchers found that the majority of MDGs targets, especially measurable targets, were left unmet. And likewise, the United Nations shows that only 15% of SDGs measurable targets are on track to be achieved by 2030. Nearly half are off track, and over 1/3 have yet to progress or have regressed below the 2015 baseline. So the experiences with MDGs and SDGs revealed that human societies cannot be proactive enough to fulfill internationally agreed universal visions. In other words, constraints on meeting the global goals are deep-rooted, probably related to historical legacies and norms, lack of accountability, and the low-level state effectiveness or the lack of the government. So these problems are deep-rooted problem would significantly curtail a society's capability to make progress. So almost the same things seem to hold true with regard to the progress towards the goals set by the Paris Agreement on climate change, also in 2015. So while the SDG financing gaps and climate financing gaps need to be addressed, as many people argue, just greater funding is unlikely to be enough. It seems necessary to address both financing gaps and those deep-rooted constraints. But we need to learn more about what these deep-rooted constraints are. So I said that there are two reasons for the choice of SDGs as a theme of this conference. The second reason is that ADBI has urged the G7 leaders to reignite the 2030 agenda. Throughout this year, ADBI has played the role of chairman and the secretariat in the one-year process of T7 or Think 7, the think tank engagement group of the G7. Last April, toward the end of last April, we handed over our Think 7 Japan communique to Prime Minister Kishida, who was the president of G7 this year. In our communique, and many other occasions, ADBI has kept emphasizing the universality and the centrality of the 2030 agenda and the need to reignite it, not just by increasing funding, but also by restoring the rule-based trade regime, leveraging AI and other new technologies, promoting gender equality, and empowering women and girls, achieving new people-centered measurement of human well-being and economic, social, and environmental prosperity, investing in global science systems and research infrastructure, and teaching children not just foundational cognitive skills, but also skills to care for others and the planet. So it's been exactly 7 months since the handover ceremony. So looking back, our argument included in a communique were only half-baked because we knew the existence of deep-rooted problems, but not what they were. The G7 Hiroshima Leaders Communique was issued about 1 month later, so late May, and its arguments were more or less similar to our T7 communique. And then ADBI has also been a very active participant in T20 India, so G20 counterpart of T7 Japan. And then T20 India communique was issued last August. So this communique added a new argument called LIFE, that is the promotion of lifestyle for sustainable development. Although this argument has a great potential, but as of now, it may sound like a mantra without being supported by scientific evidence. The G7 New Delhi Leaders Declaration was issued last September. So its arguments conform to the T20 India communique. So at the United Nations SDG Summit in September, the high-level political forum on sustainable development issued a political declaration. It was more or less similar to T7 T20 and the G7 G20 communiques or declarations. For the last half year or so, there have been a good progress in multilateral development banks' review of capital advocacy frameworks and the reforms, which will contribute to addressing SDG financing gaps. But there has been a little progress in the arguments and the policy proposals regarding the deep-rooted constraints on SDG achievement. So over the next 3 days, we'll have 3 panel discussions, 2 keynote presentations, and the presentations of 13 original research papers that try to uncover these deep-rooted issues and discuss innovations that would help to bring sustainable development back on track. We will discuss geopolitics, democracy, and conflict, and their influences on SDG achievement. We'll also have sessions on gender equality and human capital development. They are global goals and strongly influence the achievement of other goals. So this conference adds value amid many different conferences on SDGs held this year. So I invite you all to join as many of our sessions as possible. So with that, I'd like to conclude my opening remarks, and then immediately let me proceed to welcome remarks. So I'm privileged to introduce ADB President Masatsugu Asakawa. He is called President Masa in ADB in an affectionate manner. Before assuming office in January 2020, He was Vice Minister of Finance for International Affairs and Special Advisor to Prime Minister Abe. Outside Japan, he worked at the OECD Committee on Fiscal Affairs to mainstream the internationally acclaimed project of combating the base erosion and profit shifting, or BEPS, of global firms. At ADB, he is a transformative leader and greatly respected. Although he can't join us today, he has kindly provided a pre-recorded video, which I asked the organizing team to play. Please enjoy.
Good morning, and welcome to the ADB Institute's annual conference. We meet as the midpoint of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The SDGs are a global commitment to achieve prosperity in a single generation. Unfortunately, this agenda is off track. Unprecedented crises, including the COVID-19 pandemic, have contributed to this. But so has a lack of meaningful progress. A major constraint is financing. ADB is committed to the SDGs, and we recognize the urgent call to do more. We recently implemented reforms that will unlock $100 billion in additional funding capacity over the next decade, a 40% increase in ADB's capacity. And we created innovative financing platforms that will help to de-risk projects and enhance returns. Through these and other initiatives, we will harness the tremendous potential of private investment. This will help move the world from the billions to trillions needed for sustainable development. I am pleased that you will discuss the challenge of financing at this conference, along with other pressing issues, including climate action, gender equality, and human capital. I know that your insights and the solutions you propose will help get us back on track to achieve the SDGs. I wish you a productive discussion ahead.
Thank you very much, President Masa, for nice welcome remarks. So the number of participants in this webinar is now reached 91, and then I expect the number will increase more and more. So let's move on to the next item, which is a keynote speech by Dr. John MacArthur. I'm very delighted to introduce Dr. John MacArthur, whose topic is why do sustainable development goals still matter, taking stock at the midpoint. So very nice title. So let me introduce a doctor to the audience. So John W. MacArthur is Senior Fellow and the Director of the Center for Sustainable Development at the Brookings Institution. He co-founded and co-chairs the 17 Rooms initiative, a new approach to catalyzing action for the Sustainable Development Goals. Outside of Brookings, he is also a senior advisor to the United Nations Foundation, a member of Policy Horizons Canada's Deputy Minister Steering Committee, and a member of the Novota ESG Advisory Council. He was previously the Chief Executive Officer of Millennium Promise Alliance, the international non-governmental organization. Prior to that, he served as a manager and then Deputy Director of the UN Millennium Project, Secretary General Kofi Annan's independent advisory body mandated to recommend an action plan for achieving the MDGs. Dr. John MacArthur grew up in Vancouver and is a Canadian citizen. He completed a Bachelor of Art at the University of British Columbia, a master's in public policy at Harvard's John F. Kennedy School of Government, and then the MPhil and DPhil, which is equivalent of PhD in economics at Oxford University, which he attended as Rhodes Scholar. So let's welcome Dr. John MacArthur. Doctor, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dean Sonobe. It's such an honor to be with you and colleagues today. Good morning to everyone in Asia. Good evening here from Washington. And it's an honor to follow President Sakawa, and thank you so much for the privilege to join. I'm going to try to share a screen to talk about this topic, which has already, I think, been very wonderfully framed, of taking stock on the Sustainable Development Goals at the midpoint. This is a major challenge of financing, of practice, of policy, and ultimately of people and planet around the world. So let me see if I can succeed in sharing my screen from this end. I'm going to talk about, do the Sustainable Development Goals still matter, and why they still matter. At the midpoint, as was referenced, the SDGs had a summit in September at the United Nations. This is a picture of the General Assembly in full glory. And there was a very negative picture that came out in many ways. This was the statement, and I had the privilege of being in and around New York at that time in September. The phrase of only 15% of targets are on track was repeated over and over again, and many are moving in the wrong direction. As one person put it to me, the closer one got to UN headquarters, the more depressed one felt about the world that week during that summit. And there was this broad sense of the Sustainable Development Goals, and this is a quote, the opening sentence of this year's Sustainable Development Report published by the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, that at the midpoint of the 2030 Agenda, all of the Sustainable Development Goals are seriously off track. And it's not just the independent UN bodies. This is an editorial in Nature magazine, arguably the world's leading scientific journal this summer, which has had a major editorial stance of tracking and contributing to Sustainable Development Goals. And their statement in the headline that the world's plan to make humanity sustainable is failing. Science could do more to save it. So we have words like failing, we have words like seriously off track, and we have words like the need for a rescue plan being used by the Secretary General himself, Antonio Guterres. Well, today I want to share some insights that I've been working on with my colleagues Homi Karas and Odera Nyechi on this topic of what we're calling an empirical essay coming soon. So this is the first public description of some of the results. But are these goals relevant, and how do we take stock at the midpoint? And really emphasizing, how do we take stock? Now, this builds on a body of work that we've been developing over 10 years, looking at the Millennium Development Goals and different statistical techniques to evaluate how things went well and where they didn't go as well. And Homi's work with the World Data Lab and the Global Poverty Clock, and lots of background assessments that we've done in previous years. But I'll start by telling you the final answer. The final answer is that the Sustainable Development Goals offer three main tools. The first is empirical. They offer an empirical tool to unpack and assess an extraordinary diversity of issues around the world, economic, social, and environmental. Second, is they offer a diagnostic tool, a way to inform our thinking around the nature of leadership required on each issue. But then third is a bridging tool and a way to promote alignment across issues. The empirical tool, the diagnostic tool, and the bridging tool. That's what I want to share with you some more thoughts on today. So empirically, it's very important that we start by recognizing there are actually 4 different tests of success that are relevant. The first, which is the one the UN has been rightly drawing attention to, is will the targets be achieved in 2030? That is an important question, but it's only one question. A second question is, has progress accelerated since 2015? There are so many deep, underlying, structural, secular challenges that the world is facing. Is progress sped up or slowed down since these goals were set? There's a third test, which is remarkably forgotten in a world that's facing so much strain, conflict, biophysical challenges, is has the situation even improved since 2015? A simple before and after test. But then there's a fourth, which isn't about the target achievement. It's not about the rate of progress. It's not about before and after. It's a tipping point question. If the world, if humanity is analogous to driving a car and it's approaching a cliff, the issue isn't whether we're approaching the cliff quickly or slowly. The issue is whether we're about to fall off the cliff and whether we can hit the brakes in time to avoid falling off. And there are many issues in the Sustainable Development Goals that are tipping point issues. The environment includes many, but even the fight for democracy in many places touches on exactly that tipping point challenge. So that's the empirics. Let's talk about the diagnostics. How do we think about who is responsible? Well, much of it often starts with national governments, and rightly so. 193 governments agreed to the Sustainable Development Goals. International agreements are the purview of sovereign states. But that's not all that matters for these goals. When governments are not following through on their commitments, why? Is that because the international institutions are not adequately helpful? Is that because their local parliamentarians or political voices are not calling for change? Is that because civil society is not calling for change? Is that because there are gaps in science, whether that's the tools, the insights, or even the evidence around what works is missing? Or is it business that might be inadequately leading, either by not creating the new business models or even by fighting against the need for change? It's a very hard question to answer on a broad global scale. Who is responsible? But we need to think about that, each of these actors, in order to understand what success and leadership might look like. And third, I'll just say on the bridging tool of the Sustainable Development Goals, there's an example that is at the forefront. It is only one example. For many, many years, the issue, which is again at the front of the global attention this week as the COP28 starts, there's a longstanding perception that climate action is somehow positioned against the fight against poverty. And people who are fighting against poverty feel like climate action often is fighting against them. And people who are fighting for climate action often feel that people fighting for poverty and development issues are against them. And that is a false choice. Because what we know in a world where, for example, within 10 years, more than half the world's annual emissions will come from emerging and developing economies outside of China, the same ones that are promoting development and fighting poverty as essential elements of their economic strategy, is climate action and poverty reduction need to be pursued jointly and one can't pursue either without the other. These are bridged issues. Now, what we've done is look empirically as empiricists at the goals and data around the goals. And in this forthcoming empirical essay, we've built on previous assessments at the SDG midpoint, and we looked at a couple of dozen indicators that have country-level data across more than 100 countries to say, well, not what do they tell us about the SDGs, but what do these SDG data tell us about the world? We're at a time of conflict in the world. We have great power tensions in the world. We have violent conflicts erupting at the high power scale and at the fragile state, lower income scale. We have deep tensions. We have deep technological evolutions. We have many things happening in the world that need us to unpack. Well, the first thing I would say is this is just a graph where we add up the people all around the world who the SDGs are meant to help, the biophysical and environmental areas around the world that goals are meant to help. And we started with that third test. How are we doing compared to 2015? Is it even better or worse? And that's an important question because many people think that in a world of so much tension, we're actually doing worse on most issues. But in our review of the evidence, that's not the case. There are some issues where we are unambiguously doing worse and humanity is doing worse. Food insecurity, undernourishment, traffic mortality, non-communicable disease mortality, greenhouse gas emissions, stuck. But there are many issues, the ones in green, where this is the percentage improvement since 2015. And what we see is that on many issues, the world is doing actually a fair amount better. And on marine protected areas, we've had 150% improvement since 2015 alone, under goal 14. The second one there, ART coverage, that's antiretroviral therapy. More than 50% expansion in the number of people with antiretroviral therapy since 2015 alone. These are major success stories, significant expansion of access to water and sanitation and so forth. So there are many issues where the world is doing better, even if there are some where it's unambiguously doing worse. But a second point, and if I were to leave you with one single graph today, one chart, it would be this one. Many sustainable development goal shortfalls were apparent long before the crises of the 2020s. We've heard many statements about, oh, well, since COVID, or since the conflict, or since something else that happened since 2020, since inflation, since the macroeconomic crises, all of these issues are major and profound. This is a graph of extreme poverty trajectories. The green line is by my colleague Homi Cross and Megan Dooley, published in 2019. The orange line is the World Bank's published last fall in 2022. And then the blue line is World Data Lab's World Poverty Clock and its most recent estimates. And we do see that there was an increase in the early 2020s, but we also see that by 2030, all of these projections and trajectories land in roughly the same place. The World Bank set the target to end extreme poverty in 2013. In 2022, in its annual Poverty and Prosperity Report, it already talked about abandoning that goal because it was too hard. The problem wasn't that COVID or the war in Ukraine or now the war in the Middle East happened. The problem was that in 2019, we weren't taking the end of extreme poverty as an operational target globally. And that is the deepest challenge, which we're now coming back to today. Now, a third challenge, a third insight, is that no country has a single SDG story. This is the 10 poorest countries in the world as of 2015. And this is looking at that second test. And on a cross-section of indicators, a green triangle is an acceleration in the rate of progress. A red triangle is a slowdown in the rate of progress, and a yellow is no change in pace discernible. What we see if you look across from left to right, there's no clear pattern for each country. If you look up and down on each issue across countries, there's no clear pattern. There's arguably a pattern, again, for ART coverage in the middle where there's a lot of green lights. We'll come back to that in a moment. But what we're seeing is that there's no single story of whether each country is doing well or badly across the goals because there's too many issues and too many dynamics at play. Some issues, nonetheless, do see global leadership and accountability continuing to succeed. This is two distributions of country-level rates of progress in low-income countries. The light blue line is the 10 years before 2015. The dark blue line is the 7 years after 2015. You see a clear shift to the right. This means that across low-income countries, the rate of expanded access to antiretroviral drugs was increasing post-2015. A huge global success story, seeing ongoing acceleration on a problem that just 22 years ago was considered too hard to solve before the launch of things like the Global Fund to fight AIDS, TB, and malaria. Now, a fifth point is that each SDG shortfall has its own scale of people being left behind. Not every issue is of the same human consequence. Now, this graph is a lot of numbers, so I'm not expecting you to read them all, but I'll just draw attention to a few points. There, by our estimate, UN estimates, there'll be about 8.5 billion people in 2030. You can see on the columns on the right, people lacking access to basic sanitation will cut by almost a half from around 2 billion to slightly more than 1 billion on current rate of progress. You'll see people who lack access to drinking water go down from maybe 860 million to 530. But then out of 2.05 billion women of reproductive age, we see a very different denominator in terms of who will likely lack access to modern family planning. If we think about the population in least developed countries, that's likely to be about 1.3 billion people. There's a target for universal access to the internet in those countries, which is not on track to be met. There'll be about 650 million children under 5. We can look at how many will be stunted and how many will be overweight. And we can look at the kids who will be out of school, which is undisputably, although not terribly well understood yet, one of the greatest consequences of the COVID pandemic is the lost years of schooling for children around the world. But the geographic concentration of those numbers, if we think about the SDGs as specific development goals with specific people facing specific problems in specific places, well, that differs tremendously by country. This is a graph or a chart that just shows the top 5 countries. The red squares are a top 5 country measured in terms of number of people affected or left behind on each issue as of the end date, 2030. And you see that the countries aren't always the same. Yellow shows that they're not on track to achieve the goal, but they're not in the top 5. And green means that they're on a trajectory to achieve the goal if the recent rate of progress continues. And what you see on the top is that the share in the top 5 differs tremendously by issue. So child mortality is on the left. Nearly 2/3 of the world's children under 5 are in the shortfall of the SDGs will come down to just 5 countries. Whereas traffic deaths and family planning, it's closer to 1/3 in 5 countries. And in water, access to water, it's 40%. Then the next thing I draw your attention to is that it's not always the most expected countries that are in this chart. China and the United States are in here, the 2 so-called superpowers at the heart of many of the world's conflicts and tensions right now, or tensions at least, if not conflicts, thankfully. We see non-communicable disease mortality. We see traffic deaths. We see many issues also across emerging economies around Asia. So many countries and different countries on each issue represent a huge concentration of that issue. Now, just continuing this logic, not all shortfalls are the same. Different numbers of people, different places, and different numbers of lives are at stake. So we've estimated the cumulative number of lives at stake on a country up basis to calculate each country's gap, where it applies and how that adds up globally. Non-communicable disease mortality, that's the biggest number. That actually adds up to more than 24 million people around the world. Child mortality adds up to 10 million children around the world. Road traffic is about 4 million. And then, something happened there. Maternal mortality is about 1 million. So different numbers of lives are at stake on each issue. Then the final empirical point I would say is that gradual progress simply may not be enough to avoid nature's tipping points. This is most obvious, although it's not only apparent, in the greenhouse gas emissions. So many of you will have seen the Global Emissions Gap report, annual greenhouse gas emissions, gigatons. We're en route for a likely slight decline by 2030 if the so-called national determined contributions are followed through upon. Whether the unconditional or conditional ones are pursued, that's a difference of 2.5 to 2.9 degrees warming, perhaps, but it's well off track from the course needed for 1.5 degrees warming. And that might lead to the non-linearities and tipping points that we're all worried about. So what's the upshot of this? If we go back to those three basic tools, the empirical, the diagnostic, and the bridging, well, the first is on the empirical side. Catch-all statements are not helpful. These single short sentences about how the world's doing on the SDGs are, I would argue, distinctly unhelpful at this stage, given the range of things going on across issues and across countries. Second, on a diagnostic basis, the issue-specific architecture still matters. I want to speak to HIV/AIDS again. HIV/AIDS is an institutional success of the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, TB, Malaria, PEPFAR, the President's Emergency Program for AIDS Relief out of the United States. The WHO has played a crucial role. The UN General Assembly has played a crucial role. But also the scientific community has played a crucial role in arguing week in and week out for 20 years in journals like The Lancet what success looks like. The pharmaceutical industry, both big pharma and generics, have been crucial, amplified by the crucial voice of civil society, in changing the drug regimens that are possible and available to people around the world. Local governments and local health workers in countries around the world have pioneered new approaches that have been backed by the evidence, the science, the business, and the new technology to change what's possible. And we've seen that the goals keep getting more and more ambitious en route to all people having access to treatment, infections being effectively, not yet, but hopefully before too long, a thing of the past. And the notion of AIDS being an utterly treated disease, not just treatable, but treated, because we have institutions working. Why don't we have that on other institutions and for other issues where it could? That is a central question. Then the final point is the bridging, the implicit cost to a narrow approach. If you want to solve the climate problem, you can't just think about climate. You have to think about the economics of the countries. You have to think about the investment priorities of the countries. You have to think about the education, the human capital. You have to think about all the things, the health that go into that country succeeding, and vice versa. So what do we do? What do we do with this? Well, three basic points. To think about the second half, we recently put out a series earlier this year on the need to do things differently. The goals were originally launched not to continue doing more of the same, but to trigger more people to do things differently. We have not yet done enough things differently enough globally, and that's why we're still stuck with so many of the problems that were already becoming apparent in 2018 and 2019. So the first thing to do is to start with the evidence and scale smart diagnostics to identify the gaps within and across issues. The second is to think about issue-specific accountability. What are the legs of the stool that can define accountability for each issue across the public and private and scientific and civil society actors? But then third is the need for cross-issue leadership. The need for systemic change is so clearly apparent across individual issues that we need to be thinking differently about cross-goal coalitions of actors to drive systemic change within and across countries. I'll conclude with a final question, which is a thought experiment. What if there were no SDGs? What if they hadn't been agreed in 2015? What difference would it make? Well, for one, I wouldn't be sharing this presentation with you today because there wouldn't be a reference point. We might be asked to give an assessment on the state of the world. We might be asked to give an assessment on what matters. We might be asked to be thinking in the climate negotiations this week exclusively about what will get emissions down without thinking of how loss and adaptation can be a central piece. Loss, damage, and adaptation must be a central piece of any path forward. We would not be bridging the evidence. We would not be distilling or able to form the nature of leadership required, because ultimately, in my view, these goals come down to norms. The ultimate test in these goals is not whether we are making fast enough progress. It is whether we have solved the problems that have the legitimacy of 193 countries agreeing they need to be solved. And the pace at which we follow through on solving the problems, whether it's gender equality, whether it's employment, whether it's protecting the atmosphere, whether it's protecting the oceans, whether it's protecting our children so they have the ability to live, those are problems that need to get solved now. So to me, that is the ultimate reason why the SDGs are important. They don't just provide us the empirical device to say, how are we doing on an incredibly complex range of issues across multiple standards of success. They don't just provide us an opportunity to think about what's the institutional grounding for this. And they don't just provide us an opportunity to say how to bridge. They provide us a forcing mechanism to think about what are we going to do next. And that is why I'm so honored to be with you here today. I'm so thrilled to be able to learn from all of you and all that you're contributing around the region, around the world. And I just thank you again, Dean Sonobe, for having me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Makasa, for great, very great talk. And I kept nodding, so my neck is a little bit hurting. So I agreed lots of things that you said. And I was also amazed at your kind of clear presentation. And I hope that all the participants enjoyed and I enjoyed your talk and learned a lot from your talk. And then now I'd like to open the floor to a question, but I saw the message from the organizing team to urge participants to send questions, but I don't see any. Maybe, oh, here it is. Okay, so first one just appeared. Oh, it's a challenge for me. The letter is too small, but let me try. So this is from my colleague Sitaram at ADBI. So he said, excellent keynote. When you compare the progress during MDG era with that in SDG era, how have philanthropic financial advocacy and technical contributions, which were minimal during SDGs era, contributed to the progress with SDGs. Did they avert any tipping points? What is the way forward for global and local philanthropy to accelerate progress or achieve SDG? Are you seeing the same message?
Yes, I see
it.
It's a terrific question. Thank you. Having been both involved with the Millennium Development Goal policy efforts in their early years and throughout the period, and then having done a lot of empirical work afterwards looking at that, one of the things I think that is important to understand is how central and decisive the global health revolution was to the Millennium Development Goals, especially HIV/AIDS at the start, but then also child mortality in general, malaria control as a part of that, then neglected tropical diseases, and then maternal survival. Well, there was a cascade effect of issues and systems building from one to the next. And crucially, a global institutional architecture that took it on decisively. And I would only underscore, again, the Lancet was a crucial focal point of technical debates on this through applied and scientific research week in and week out for the past 2 decades. That matters because I even looked at which journals in which fields covered debates around the Millennium Development Goals. Well, surprise number one, perhaps not, economics journals did not cover this. It barely showed up in places like the American Economic Review or Quarterly Journal of Economics and so forth. It showed up a little bit in major agricultural journals, which was intersecting with leaders like Pedro Sanchez and MS Swaminathan, the giant who we just lost, of course, this year, who were central to these debates and were mobilizing a lot of the scientific community and Kofi Annan himself with the launch of the African Green Revolution. In each of those debates, we saw civil society play a role. We saw the scientific leaders play a crucial role. We saw business play a crucial role. We saw philanthropies, to the core of your question, play a crucial role. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation played a crucial role in the early days. In particular, the Rockefeller Foundation played a major role on AGRA, the Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa, as well. So we did see major global philanthropies play a huge role on some of these big issues. And then in some cases, that led to the governments taking on more and more responsibility globally. In other cases, it didn't. I think what we've seen in the Sustainable Development Goal era is almost a lack of understanding of how hard it was to get those breakthroughs across so many links in the chain that led to success. But also, I think we've seen a different playing field emerge, if you will, globally. So the distribution of power, if anything, the democratization of power globally, and the varying forms of influence and power across societies and around the world, the institutions of our world haven't caught up with them yet. And there are some people who are still hoping for the commitment from a handful of countries to solve the problems globally of the world. And what we see in that chart that I showed, for example, on the top 5 countries, is that the mix of countries differs tremendously by issue. Some of the problems are concentrated even in the richest and most powerful countries in the world. Some of them are concentrated in the lowest income and maybe relatively less powerful countries around the world. These issues are distributed in whole new ways, which is why we need distributed forms of leadership and new mechanisms that allow for the new emerging voices in the new emerging economies, and I would even say new societies where youth is leading the way, to play a new role. The Sustainable Development Goal policy architecture has not yet, across the issues, recognized that, across the individual issues, and has certainly not yet bridged that systematically, concurrently across issues. So I think we averted some major tipping points on infectious disease in the 2000s. I think we averted maybe some problems on, agriculture and poverty going worse in many parts of the world. But I don't think we did enough to learn from the success and to expand them into other issue areas. And then at the same time, the world got more complicated.
Okay, thank you very much. Then let's go to the Q&A box. John, please open the Q&A box. And
Yeah, I've got it here. Thank you.
Second
Yes.
one from the top. It came 9:48. Thank you for an excellent speech. Can you say a bit more about the bridging between climate change and other issues? So can you?
It's a great, yeah. So sorry, thank you. Yeah, it's a terrific. And what might be some of the trade-offs? What a great question. I think this is part of it. We're not. One of the things in that the green and red arrow acceleration deceleration chart is it showed that there's often this simple phrase that, oh, the goals are indivisible. And it's often said as if, oh, if you're making a progress on one issue, you must be making progress on another issue. And what the data shows that that's not true. There are some issues where there are institutional systems or accountabilities or deeper underlying forms of momentum that are helping. And in some cases, they might be happening independent of other issues. And in other cases, they might be actually worsening other issues. And this notion of trade-offs is, of course, a major academic and scientific area of exploration in journals like Nature Sustainability, which has convened a wide array of studies on exactly this challenge. You mentioned climate and food security. This is at the top of the list. Again, the causation goes both ways. We know that food and land use is a major source of greenhouse gas emissions. And we know that climate change is totally changing, in certain parts of the world in particular, global food production systems. We have everything from changing irrigation patterns and precipitation patterns to changing heat tolerance issues to the evolution of disease geographies. So I would say this is a central issue where we need to both decarbonize food and agriculture. We need to think about things like food loss and waste. We need to think about things like how we replace, the Haber-Bosch process with revolution in microbiology. That might mean we don't need petrochemical fertilizers 20 years from now in all these places. But we also need to be thinking about adaptation, I would argue, in a much more systematic way. This is arguably one of the biggest areas of refinement where people on the line could add hugely in the next couple of years. How do we think about the specifics of adaptation investments over 1, 5, 10, 20 years so that the food systems are both much more productive, much more resilient, and crucially, much more nutritious for the people who need to draw from them?
I see. Thank you very much. So my ADB headquarter colleagues and also country office colleagues increasingly pay attention to those nexuses like climate-health or One Health, climate-food and nutrition, nature and rural development. So this is a kind of good progress. And the question just came to my mind that when you asked what if there were no SDGs, but actually in 2015, there were both SDG, Agenda 2030 and also Paris Agreement. So was it good to have both?
In a perfect world, everything would have been negotiated at the same time. In a practical world, Goal 13, even you can see it to this day in the wording of Goal 13, it was creating space for the outcomes of the Paris Agreement later in 2015.
Yeah.
So I consider the two as highly synergistic. I think Paris gives obviously much more detail to the climate agreements, and then Glasgow since then, and of course, Sharm el-Sheikh last year. So we've seen an ongoing evolution of the nature of the beast, if you will, and the challenge. But so much of it comes down to the same basic premise. Just like nationally determined contributions are the heart of the Paris Agreement, nationally determined strategies for the SDGs have to be the heart of SDG implementation too. And those require not just governments, but they need the people whom governments will listen to, the scientists, the business leaders, the opposition, if that's the appropriate person, the civil society, the voice of the different sectors of society to drive the change too.
Okay. So we have 2 minutes. So let me ask Professor Niaz Asadullah from Malaysia. He has been raising hand. Niaz?
Yeah, hi, John. Excellent speech. I have a question about governance, because this was introduced as a distinct target in SDG, which wasn't the case with MDG. So do you see a connection between state capacity and progress in the first half of SDG? Or if I were to rephrase it, will you worry about governance-related trap in progress for the second half of the SDG, where you are stressing on the need to accelerate moving away from the business as usual approach, because that's when you need smart bureaucrats. So I want you to sort of reflect on this. So yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Well, yeah, it's such a pleasure to hear your voice, and I should be listening to you. You're so expert on so many issues. An honor to be with you. I would just say very briefly, I think the governance challenge has to be unpacked. And I'll give you one example. Again, I'll go back to HIV/AIDS. This is a problem considered too hard, too complex, needs too big a health system investment. The countries that are seeing the greatest acceleration and most remarkable progress since 2015 are countries like Democratic Republic of Congo and Sierra Leone. These are not the countries with the most extensive, deep institutional capacities. These are countries that have built fit-to-purpose systems to deliver on what is, in this case, a system for access to a technology. Now, that is not what every goal requires, but that is what many goals require. So when we think about something like ending extreme poverty, I'm of the view we should be looking at how things like digital cash transfers can be an extraordinarily powerful tool, especially in places where governance systems might be weak, to put resources directly in the hands of people. Now, there are other issues like the climate challenge that are really complex whole of society challenges where the incentives need to be both built and implemented in the right way. And things like nutrition and even non-communicable disease where the incentives need to be built in the right way across a society. That's where one needs both bottom-up alignment around local institutional capacities, so the local systems and communities can compare and learn from each other, and top-down incentives and alignment for the public subsidies, the public institutions, and the learning to be as compelling as possible too. So I think I'm a huge advocate for good governance. I'm just a deep believer also that one needs to unpack it to understand governance for what, on which problem, in which place, and it's usually a much more nuanced answer than I would say many economists tend to give it credit for.
Okay, thank you very much, John. So unfortunately, it's already time running out. So thank you very much again for the really excellent presentation, and also sharing lots of insights during the Q&A session as well. Thank you very much. We, ADBI, really would like to work with you more in the future. So
it's an honor.
Yeah,
thank you.
Everyone, please join me, giving the big hand. Okay.
Thank you.
So so immediately have to move on to the next session. So I'd like to hand the microphone back to Daniel.
Thank you very much, Dean Sonobe, and also Dr. MacArthur for the keynote speech. So we're going to move straight ahead to the first panel discussion. where we'll talk about the role of science and technology. I will introduce the moderator and then hand over the floor to him. So the moderator for the panel discussion is David Kavanagh, who since 1 February 2021 is an alternate executive director at Asian Development Bank, representing Australia, Azerbaijan, Cambodia, Georgia, Hong Kong, China, Kiribati, Federated States of Micronesia, Nauru, Palau, Solomon Islands, and Tuvalu. Mr. Kavanagh is an Australian national. He received his master's in International and Development Economics from the Australian National University in 2004, and his Bachelor of Commerce honors from Griffith University in 1996. Prior to his appointment to the ADB, he was at the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, where Mr. Kavanagh was responsible for leading Australian government's economic and trade relationship with Papua New Guinea. His previous international roles include an Australian Treasury Economic Reform Advisor to the Solomon Islands, Ministry of Finance and Treasury in Honiara, and also as an Australian Treasury Economist for Southeast Asia, based in the Australian Embassy in Jakarta. Also, Mr. Kavanagh has led Australia's response to geoeconomic competition, led a review of the competitiveness of Australia's services sector, developed the Department of Foreign Affairs economic diplomacy strategy, and addressed major behind-the-border impediments to Australian trade and investment. So the panel session will run until 11:30 a.m. Tokyo time. So Mr. Kavanagh, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for your gracious introduction, and good day to you all, whether it's morning, afternoon, or evening from wherever you join us. It is my honor to extend a warm welcome to this esteemed panel discussion on the role of science and technology. We convened today as part of the 2023 Asian Development Bank Institute Annual Conference, Sustainable Development Goals, Midway Assessment, and the Road Ahead. In the year 2015, the global community came together to embrace the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, a comprehensive framework encompassing 17 goals and 169 targets. This global agenda aspires to eradicate poverty, safeguard our planet, and ensure shared prosperity by 2030. It addresses a spectrum of challenges ranging from poverty and hunger to gender equality, clean energy and innovation. However, as we stand at the midpoint of this ambitious 2030 journey, we must acknowledge a sobering reality. Recent assessments by the United Nations revealed disheartening progress in achieving these SDGs. Over the past years, a convergence of crises, including the pandemic, inflation, environmental concerns, regional conflicts, and natural disasters have further impeded our advancement. According to the UN's SDG progress chart released in September, only 15% of the SDG targets are currently on track. Alarmingly, nearly half of these targets are off track, and another third face a deteriorating situation. This sobering picture is especially noticeable in the Asia and Pacific region, where we've witnessed significant setbacks in areas such as hunger reduction, green energy transition, and climate change initiatives. Nevertheless, we must recognize that crises, while daunting, also have the potential to catalyze progress and transformation. Science and technology, playing a pivotal role in achieving the SDGs, have led to countless innovations that have empowered and expedited progress during these challenging times, what some refer to as the pandemic era. Now, our distinguished panel aspires to identify and deliberate upon these obstacles, milestones, and invaluable lessons learned in our quest to expedite the realization of the SDGs, and to envisage a future that promises a more sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous world. To carry us through the panel discussion today, we have 4 excellent panelists from academia, private sector, and international organizations. I will introduce them alphabetically. So Ms. Starry Jiang, she is in charge of decarbonisation strategy and multiple initiatives on climate innovations at Tencent, a leading global technology company. Before Tencent, Starry was a consultant at McKinsey & Co. with a focus on energy transition and sustainability. We are excited to receive insights from the perspective of a multinational technology conglomerate and the private sector. Coming next, we have Professor Norichika Kani from Keio University. He serves on various committees, including the SDGs Promotion Roundtable meeting established by the Government of Japan. His research focuses on international relations, sustainability science, and Earth system governance. He was one of the 15 independent group of scientists appointed by the UN Secretary General to write the Global Sustainable Development Report 2023. Our third speaker is Dr. Dil Rahut. He is the Vice Chair of Research and a Senior Research Fellow at ADBI. Dr. Rahut's research focuses on development microeconomics, agricultural economics, and environmental and natural resource economics. Prior to joining ADBI, he served as chair of the Staff's Committee at the International Maize and Wheat Improvement Centre, or CIMMYT. And last but not least is Ms. Lu Shen, ADB's Director of Results Management and Aid Effectiveness Division in the Strategy, Policy and Partnerships Department. As Director, she leads ADB's actions and initiatives in implementing improved approaches, systems, and procedures for better management for development results. Previously, she also worked at the Inter-American Development Bank. We are fortunate to have these experts here to share their insights. So to start us off, I'd like to begin by engaging our esteemed panelists in a discussion about their experiences with science and technology in advancing these Sustainable Development Goals, the main challenges, successes, and constraints. We're all excited to hear about their insights. And just a note earlier, as per the previous session, we have a Q&A Zoom chat box where you can raise any questions for our panelists that I will come to in the latter part of our discussions. So to begin with, Professor Kani, I have for you, first up, what I think is an essential question for policymakers, but is often neglected in the discussion of science, technology, and the SDGs. So what are the roadblocks hindering SDG progress? And how can we promote progress of the SDGs, not only through powerful science and technology, but also in science or by a more robust scientific message? Over to you, Professor Kani.
Thank you. Thank you very much, first of all, to invite me to this important session. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. So thank you for raising this important question. As David kindly mentioned, I am one of the 15 members of independent group of scientists to prepare 2023 global GSDR, Global Sustainable Development Report, which was released at the time of UN SDG Summit this year. And in that report, we reviewed many, we reviewed the current status of SDG, first of all, and there are three things that hindered progress of SDGs, as everybody has been noticed and reported. Well, first is pandemic, and secondly, it's a climate disaster, and also third, it's the war, influence of war, which is worsened now, but that's the hindering things that made the progress of SDGs much slower than expected. Of course, at the beginning, in 2015, many SDGs were also considered difficult to achieve, but those three things even slowed down the progress of SDG achievement. We also analyzed several scenarios that are out there, including climate scenario and other scenarios on sustainable development. And it happens that none of them consider that achieving SDGs is possible by 2030. So this is a rather negative message that we found. The most positive scenario says that by 2050, most of the SDGs could be achieved, but still some of them are quite difficult to achieve. So that's the current science talks about the current status and the future of the SDGs. Regarding the current status of SDGs, we also included in our report that out of 231 indicators that was proposed by global indicators that was proposed by the UN, around 36 data can be taken by many countries. And out of 36 indicators, only 5 are signing positive. So achieving the SDGs by 2030 in the current pace of actions, then only 15% of only 5 or among 36 indicators could be achieved. So there's quite difficult stumbling blocks out there. I think one of the problems that we are facing is the political will. For example, in case of Japan, the recognition rate of SDGs is quite high as almost 90% of population recognize the SDGs. If you walk down on the street in Tokyo, then you can notice that many people wearing the SDG foil badge. So recognition rate is quite high. TV show also includes SDGs part of their campaign and programs. So that is a good side. But at the same time, when it comes to action, then only 4 to 5% of population consider SDGs as their action-based agenda. So there's a huge gap between them. And when it comes to policy, then not many policymakers are interested in the long-term issues such as climate change and SDGs. Climate change is getting better with the current status of climate impact, but SDGs is considered as a long-term issue and not so big policy concern has been discerned. So this is one of the problems that we are facing in Japan and also other countries too. This issue of sustainable development is the issue of development, which means that this is the issue of economic growth. SDG have 3 dimensions: economic, environment, and social dimensions, which means that economic dimension is part of it. But not so many politicians recognize that economic issues are also at the heart of the SDGs. So this is one of the problems that we are facing in terms of governance. Also, in many countries, we also recognize in GSDL2 that progress in institutional building in many countries are very slow. Of course, there are some countries that are making progress in making governmental institutions dealing with SDGs, and those countries are centralized, making a centralized structure to address SDGs. Germany, for example, is a good example, or many Scandinavian countries are working on that. In some countries, legal framework has been established, like in Korea, South Korea, there's SDG basic law installed, or in Canada, they revised the Sustainable Development Act in a couple of years ago. So those progress has been made in selected countries, but in general, it is rather difficult to see the progress, institutional progress in many countries. So that's associated with political will, but that's also a problem that we are facing now. So I stop here for the initial intervention, and I'll get back to you when other questions arise. Thank you.
And thank you. Sorry, and thank you, Professor Carney, for getting us off to a great start. And very sobering statistics on the challenges we face, which we'll come to later and bring them out more in our discussions. So next, I'd like to turn to our next panelist, Dr. Rahut. So the first question for you today is, could you elaborate on whether there are international frameworks and mechanisms that can assist us in addressing the exacerbating issues such as food and energy security, pandemics, and climate change? And a two-parter. Additionally, how can science and technology contribute to resolving these issues? Thanks, Dr. Rahut.
Thank you very much, David, for this very interesting and very relevant questions. There has a number of frameworks that has come over the last 2-3 decades that actually looks into issues of climate change, issues of technologies, and also technology spillover across the world. And we have definitely make lots of progress, but I think we are yet to take momentum, particularly in terms of having these mechanisms and international agreement to move forward technology to handle SDGs, particularly like issues related to climate change mitigations and adaptations. But if you look at how this technology can help us in achieving our SDGs goals, I think there are a number of ways in which I think technology can contribute in achieving sustainable development goal. If we start, like, with the technological evolutions, it happened with automations in 1780s. The first engine, steam-powered engine started. I think that's where I think the whole technological innovations started. And moving forward with cloud computing, blockchains, internets of things, cybersecurity, and AI, I think we have made a very great leap in terms of technological progress. And definitely this technological progress can help us in a great way in achieving sustainable development goals. For example, just to give you an example from agriculture sectors, if you look at 1960s and 1965, there was drought, twine drought that kicked India, and leading to drop in productions. And that's where I think the technological development that happened in food sectors, particularly led by Norman Borlaug, where he released very resilient, high-yielding wheat varieties, and it was imported by India in 1966. Which is called Lerma Ruha 64, that wheat varieties. It really transformed the productions. The productions of food in 1965 was about 12 million tons in India. And within a period of 2 years, by 1967, the production jumped to 17 million tons. And it really helped prevent famine in India. And today, if you look at India itself, like today, India is producing 107 million tons of wheat. And it's the technological innovations, technological progress that we have made. And we have managed to spill this technology. You see, the thing is that this technology has been developed in the CG centers and has been expanded throughout the world, not only in Asia, but also in Africa. If you see the technological movements within the agriculture sectors, I think had these technological revolutions in agriculture sectors had not taken place, I think a lot more people would have been in famine, would have suffered from hunger, nutritional problems, and also poverty. So the benefit of technology and the role of technology in achieving SDGs is humongous. But then we also need to be very careful in the sense that we also have unintended consequences of technological development. If you look at green revolutions, the way it brought about massive improvement in productions within the agriculture sectors, it also had negative consequences in the sense that today, if you look at the humongous amounts of productions that we have achieved in agriculture sector has come with a cost. We have damaged our soil health. We have damaged our water. We have also damaged our water. But then during this progress, I think one of the mistakes that we made was that we never paused and looked at, taken time to assess the adverse consequences, some of the adverse consequences of these technological evolutions. I think that's where we made some mistake, but then we learned from the mistakes, and I think moving forward we'll be able to look into some of the adverse consequences of development and really remove those adverse consequences, not only within the agriculture sectors but also in other sectors. If you look at transportation sectors, now we have EVs car coming in. We have very efficient cars production system that has kicked in, which has helped to reduce GHG emissions. Within agriculture sector also, we are trying to go with a number of CASI technology, which are sustainable intensification technology, which actually helps in reducing GHG emissions. GHG emissions from agriculture sectors is close to about quarter, and agriculture sectors is the most vulnerable sectors to the climate change. So agriculture sector has to itself adapt to the climate change and also reduce GHG emission from the sectors. At the same time, maintain the productions, and I think this can only happen when we have these technological revolutions, and with AI kicking in, I think it will be more precise way of agriculture systems, precise way of pesticide use, fertilizers use, water resource use, and all this is actually the technological innovations that's going to happen will really contribute in reducing GHG emissions, achieving gender equity, achieving better access to educations, and also help us in monitoring our progress in all the SDGs. So I would say that that technology has and will continue to play a very important role and crucial role, and we all need to work together to see how we can actually make this technology accessible to all, irrespective of where the innovations happens. Thank you, David. With this, I yield back the floor to you.
Thanks, Dr. Hood. Thanks for your comments, and also the great use of examples of the power of science and technology, both the positives and negatives. And I'll call on you later on to draw out a few more of those examples, because I found them very interesting and possibly inspiring, but also something we should all bear in mind. So if I could pass the floor then to Ms. Shen, and your first question. We're eager to learn about how MDBs are recalibrating their strategies to align with the SDGs through science and technology. I would appreciate if you could also share some of the most formidable challenges and inspiring moments you've encountered in your work. Thank you.
Thank you, David, and great to see everybody here, and very inspiring panel online. And so I join you from Seattle, and this is a week after Thanksgiving here, and so undoubtedly it's a little bit cold, like where Japan is. But I've been at ADB, I confess, for more than 20 years, and I have to say, I'm fully tropicalized, and anything that's colder than 20 Celsius is just absolutely unbearable. But the past 20 years, though, at ADB, I think has taught me a lot about, how MDBs like ourselves really align our strategy with various types of priorities, whether it's at the country level or whether it's at the global level, such as for SDGs. But, I always kind of come back to the fact that, look, for the multilateral development banks, oftentimes when you break down about what it is that we do, it's still very much and very close interaction with our counterpart governments in our developing member countries. Right? So this is really the core and the crux of our business. Even though private sector investments, it's coming in strongly, but a large percentage of what we do is still having this relationship, but also kind of this joint effort between us as ADB and our counterpart governments. So I feel like the role that the technology and science really play in this kind of relationship is really about recalibrating what the conversation is like, right, we have with our counterparts. And I think this is a really important point, because at the end of the day, when we're talking about SDGs, when we're still very much talking about things like water resource management or agricultural supply chains or access to markets, access to health or education, and those are the things that are at the core of the conversation. But the difference is how these conversations shaped by the new possibilities that these technology and science brings. So just to give a little bit more or share a little bit more about, my experience, and this is kind of to the second part of the question about the challenges and, those inspiring moments. So, over the past 20 years, I've done a lot of different things. Right now, I'm looking at results and metrics and indicators, which is very much central to what we do in development. But for most of my time at ADB, I have been in operations. So I started off in governance and finance, and then I moved over to the water and sanitation sector. I spent some time in the private sector. And a lot of the things that I've seen over the years are sort of, the progression and the evolution of how technology has really just filtered through the work that we do. When I first started, we were looking at facilitating customs, right, borders between countries. And so this is about sharing information and sharing technology. How do you use technology to facilitate that transaction when you're dealing with border-to-border issues? And obviously, this is a conversation that can be very different depending on who you're dealing with and which bordering countries that you have in mind. But the role of the technology and how that plays into the conversation that we have with our counterpart is it's ever changing as the technology progresses. When I went into the water sector, smart meters, these are the things that really changes the way a utility will look at how they do their operations and how to make their systems more efficient. On the customer side, this can mean that, if you have a better way of measuring what you're consuming, this is going to help with your payments. This is going to help with your consumption, understanding kind of, that whole cycle of water use. Recently, we have been talking a lot more on the fintech side. And I remember way back when I started in microfinance. And at that time, mobile payments was really a new thing, right? And this is really changing the way that we looked at how access to finance and that whole landscape is changing. I think it was 2 weeks ago, I went to the Singapore FinTech Festival, and I confess, the bounds that we have come and the progress that has been made in the sector in terms of fintech and their basically their impact on SMEs. I think that's now the terminology for small and medium enterprises. It's something that I feel like I need to learn more about, but I see so much potential, right, in terms of how this is going to change the whole dynamic when you talk about, SDGs and you talk about, ending poverty or ending or improving access to finance. These are the kind of things that really brings me a lot of hope. When, inspiring moments, I think, if it's on a practical basis, this is about the moment if you actually are talking to a government counterpart and you realize you're on the same page when you're talking about the power of science and technology. Those are really heartwarming moments because you're just like, oh my God, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And you can really have an in-depth conversation about what to do, not just about understanding being on the same page and understanding what the constraints and the possibilities are, but really, okay, now that we know what is the possible, what is it that we can do together? So I think those are really inspiring moments. Other types of inspiring moments are really, with things like when you discover ChatGPT. I don't know if any of you have the same response, but I all of a sudden you just realize all the possibilities that this means to not just us as individuals or as entities or institutions, but as a population. I think, of course, from the Asian Development Bank's point of view, I often think about Asia and the Pacific, but it really makes me excited about what the opportunities are. I think challenging moments are when you don't have that connect with the counterparts, when you can see that how little things that you can do by introducing technology or science that can change the lives of millions. And then you don't get that kind of resonance from your counterparts, right? And so I think this is where a lot of our job is to really engage to the point where you can be on the same page so that you can have a very productive dialogue. So let me just stop there, and I know you will have more questions for us. Thanks.
Thanks, Lou. And yeah, it just made me think very much about the demand-driven versus supply-driven approach to your work in terms of getting that momentum, and earlier comments about political will and drive for progress and using science and technology. So thanks for that. And so on to Ms. Jiang. I've got my first question for you. So regarding Tencent's ambitious plan to attain carbon neutrality across its entire supply chain by 2030, could you please elaborate on Tencent's specific actions and how the company plans to leverage its expertise in information technology to achieve these goals? Thank you.
Thank you, David. Great to join the panel and add the perspective from a private sector tech company's angle. So I love to share how science and technology could contribute to the sector, to the SDG development, and also to Tencent climate goal at a more micro level. So please allow me to share the screen to share some PowerPoint. So that will help the understanding. See my screen?
Yes.
Awesome. So basically, Tencent initiated Sustainable Social Value Group 2 years ago, and we are committed to different sustainable targets and goals and topics. And I'm mainly in charge of our climate angle. And in terms of climate, we have 2 main pillars. One is on our carbon neutrality. As David introduced just now, we are committed to getting carbon net zero by 2030 across our supply chain, including scope 1, 2, and 3. And in terms of our external, engagement and empowerment, we are very committed to leveraging digital solutions to accelerate low carbon transformation. And that will include industrial, upgrades, consumer engagement, and also technology advancement. And actually, across all these initiatives, we have the bottom infrastructure of digitalization and tech to make all the initiatives more efficient and more inclusive. And I'd like to address the discussion on our self-neutrality, how we're doing that, and what is the progress so far. So basically, last year, 2022, Tencent emitted around 5.7 million tons of CO2 equivalent. And that's not actually that big size for a company as big as Tencent. So if you look at the composition of that, mainly it's scope 2 and 3 from electricity. So if we look at our pathway to carbon neutrality to 2030, basically the main measures including renewable energy, improving energy efficiency for our data centers, since data centers are our #1 emitters, and also improving energy efficiency for Tencent office, a low carbon supply chain in our procurement, engaging our 100,000 employee in climate action, and purchasing some carbon offsets to achieve the last mile. And on the right, you will see our indicative timeline. And what we have done so far, so basically we purchased energy consumption for our data centers, and we would prefer PPA, which is those long-term purchase agreement. And we have a lot of innovative measures in our data centers to improve our energy efficiency. We also invest in rooftop solar panels for data centers. And also we have used our new facilities and new buildings as the pilot grounds for those frontier technologies, for energy efficiencies, for air conditioning, and also other aspects. So when we talk about tech and digitalization, I'll give you like 2 examples how we embed those tech initiatives in our own carbon neutrality journey. So this is an example. We are developing a product called Carbon Base, and before leveraging it for other users, we use it ourselves first. And basically, it's a monitoring verification platform to measure the carbon performance of Tencent and also for other users. And this is what is interesting about this is a linked data platform that from government authorities to consumers to companies and institutions can share a common database. Because right now it's very fragmented data across all kinds of stakeholders. And what we are doing is that we want to use Carbon Base to make it a consolidated library hub for emission data, and also a very user-friendly toolkit for different types of users, including consumers, companies, and institutions to use it. And that will further go into government centered tool to understand what different industries or what different consumers are behaving on their carbon emission behaviors. So this is this is not a for-profit product for Tencent. We are developing it and promoting it for social benefits. And another example will be Pan Live, ANLIVE. This is also a totally non-profit platform that we are developing right now. So this is a platform that we want to consolidate all kinds of climate tech data and also resources. So that at the center of the platform is those climate innovators. And we want to link the innovators with different resources, including climate pilots providers like Tencent and also other tech companies like those incubators, incubators, investors, policy advocates, nonprofit institutions, etc. So right now we are working with a lot of global institutions, and it'll be great to work with ADBI further on this endeavor. And we are going to showcase the global initiative at COP28 this year, which is happening very soon. I'm flying over to UAE in 2 days, and we will work with UNFCCC and other global institutions to promote this global platform, so that the global stakeholders could work together, and also the work could demonstrate digitally and could create a legacy for longer term on this platform. So yeah, this is a brief introduction of what Tencent is working on our carbon endeavors, and also on different sustainable goals. Yeah, back to David.
Great, thanks, Sari, and wishing you all the best too, just while getting ready for COP28 and advocating for your global platform, and hopefully you have significant inroads there. So thank you for sharing your practical experiences of applying the latest science technology to supporting the SDGs. And thanks, panelists, more broadly for your insights so far. So to draw on, I guess our advantage here is having such a diverse range of panelists from, as mentioned before, academia and the private sector and international organizations. I'd like to ask a broader question, first to Professor Carney, and then obviously to other panelists. But the question is, to realize the full potential of technology, we need to overcome numerous challenges ranging from the financial, institutional, and situational. How do we tackle these challenges in our goal of promoting technology diffusion? And how can we also work together to do this? So if I could pass first to Professor Carney, and then we can see if the other panelists want to jump in as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, it's a very important question. In the Global Sustainable Development Report that I mentioned earlier, we came up with an idea for ideal model for transformation. Is it possible to share the screen? Or is it?
Did you want to try and we'll see how we go?
Oh, okay. All right. Let's see how it works. Can see it now?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
thanks.
So this is a kind of model that we came up with for transformation for sustainable society that is included in GSDL 2023. There are three different phases for transformation. First is the emergence phase, where lots of startups and new technological development can be made, but there are also impediments to grow this sustainable practices throughout the society. So when it comes to the tipping point, then it would be accelerated and going through the society and beyond. And then finally, it goes to the stabilization phase. At the same time, there's also a decline of dominant unsustainable systems that is colored in red. And again, the existing technology, existing unsustainable practices are criticized, and there are also forces that brings these practices down in terms of quantity. But then it doesn't necessarily go down. But when it comes to a certain tipping point, then it goes breaking down and then phasing out. So if you can imagine the electric vehicle in Norway, it really goes like this green curve, and gas-based vehicle goes down like this red line. So there are also practices that are existing out there that follows this type of dynamics. Not all transformation follows in this model, but this is a sort of ideal model that we came up with by looking through different modes of sustainability transformation. And we came up with this model. So going back to your question, it is quite important to find out what could be a potential technologies that goes towards acceleration and stabilize throughout the society. That requires norm building, as well as perhaps also political backup. Also, policy backup is important for the acceleration. And combination of this combination of technological development, scientific development, and policy support is quite important. So in our report, we recommend that this kind of thing takes place in a very country-specific basis. So it is important to look into the country-specific conditions and cultural background or sector-specific practices, in order to make this S-curve customized and tailored for societal basis or for country-based implication. We also recognize that various mixture of this S-curve is important. There are different entry point for sustainability, which was also identified in our report. Entry point includes human well-being and capabilities, or sustainable and just economies. We identified third entry point is sustainable food system and healthy nutrition, which was also addressed by other speakers today. Energy decarbonization with universal access is the fourth entry point for transformation, and urban and peri-urban development is fifth entry point. And finally, global environmental commons is another entry point. So each of these entry points requires certain levers for transformation. There also faces impediments for transformation. But as also former speaker John mentioned, that mixture of those actions are important. So rather than talking about S-curve, single S-curve, we also think that mixture of S-curves is important, and that's where scientific knowledge makes a difference. We are able to identify the interlinkages or synergies and trade-offs of various actions. Climate action and SDG was addressed in the former session, but other interlinkages also exist. Of course, trade-offs also exist, and identifying those and creating synergistic interlinkages to go through this tipping point is considered to be important. I stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Kani. So I might just throw it to either, and we could just get a race for whoever speaks first, of Dillu or Starry, just in terms of promoting technology, diffusion, adaptation, or transfer, and how we can work together to do this. So if I could leave it open to whoever speaks first.
Go ahead if you're ready, Starry. I'll come in after you.
Yeah, so thanks for that question. It's a very meaningful one. So basically what we believe is long-term, profits will bring by sustainable investments. So I think this is super critical when, either corporates or like large institutions invest into tech, because a lot of like tech for, sustainable development don't really bring short-term profits, but like that belief is really important. So I'd like to elaborate again as a private sector player on how we are thinking about that in three aspects. Like firstly, we like initiated some organizational change. So as I mentioned earlier, like more than 2 years ago, we launched our Sustainable Social Value Group. So this is kind of like a social enterprise. So we don't like go after short-term profits. We established labs on different social topics under Sustainable Social Value SSV, including like climate, education, poverty, emergency rescue, and beyond. So in that way, there is a pool of funding like secured for that group to pursue under those trials. And like each of the lab, they will have like, because they are very different topics, so they will have like tailored way to address these social and environmental challenges. So that is like the organizational change part. Right now, we have several hundred full-time employees working on SSV. And that is a pretty remarkable number for a for-profit company. that we have a nonprofit umbrella. And secondly, I think it's really critical to leverage tech and digitalization whenever possible for each project. Because I worked in climate sector for a while, and it is a pretty traditional one previously, actually, because we had interactions with a lot of, hard to abate industrials like steels, like coal and beyond. So it's really challenging to change. However, it's super critical to leverage tech and digitalization to make the process more efficient. And some tech will bring additional capex at the front, but they will have like longer term economic and social environmental benefits. And that's the place where, banks like ADB could play a very pivotal role. And certainly, I'm very positive about tech. So that's why I'm also a venture investor in tech space at Tencent. So I do think like frontier and breakthrough, technologies will really make the path shorter. So like nuclear fusion, it will engage, billions and dollars of investment. But not only like private sector, also public sector could play different but very active role in advancing those tech developments. And same for other technologies like EV, we have seen very successful cases in China and also in other different regions. So with, maybe stipends and also other policy incentives from the government side, and also with the different tech trials at the private sector and also from the startups, we will advance the techs to make very, breakthrough changes on the ground. So yeah, these are the 3 points I'd love to share with the group.
Thanks, and Lou?
Yeah, I think very much complementary to what Starry just said. I think, more and more so, the role of the ADB is also changing, right? In terms of where we are, what space do we occupy, what intersection are we at? And I think that's a really, really important one is, moving forward, what is that role for ADB? How do we partner with folks in the private sector? How do we play the role of the MDB being kind of the facilitator, being the interlocutor, right? For the things that, we need to have the conversation with the government on perhaps policy issues, but also, what are the things that we can do to facilitate private sector mobilization? So those are often the things that we have been doing a lot. But in the context of technology, the simple way of thinking about it is that, technology and science in the current context is really, providing us with amazing amount of data, right, and information. It's that availability of information, it's the access to information, but it's also how is information used as a tool, right? What kind of analytics are we getting from this, and what is it telling us? I do see this as being a very significant part of what technology is bringing for us. But in terms of how we can help with the technology diffusion, it's really, the way I would bucket it is that, we are providing some insight into the what and the where and how much. If you were to kind of like look at the ways that I think about this question, the what is really, from the experience that ADB has dealing with some of the country circumstances, we should be able to have a clearer way of looking at what are some of the main constraints, right? And what are some of the places that technology can really play a pivotal role to change things, not just in an incremental way, but in a very drastic way. I think the second point about the where is really, ADB can be that point. We have things like the sandbox. We have the things like ADB Ventures from our private sector operations. We also have things like the Innovation Hub and the climate. I think recently we have one with Korea on the ADB Korea Climate Technology Lab. And so, this is really providing that space for the early adopters, for the mainstreaming of technology. And I think this is really the place where if ADB is really a regional development bank, if we're really the climate bank, then these are the kind of the tools that we can have to bring people together, right? And to say that if there is any innovation that we think is practical by answering the what question, then let's bring the people together in a space where it's a safe space, but also a place for innovation and to kind of creatively think about where to go. And lastly, we are a bank. And so obviously, the money matters, but it's really money to the right place, right? We always say that it's not the financing that's a constraint, it's the bankability, right? And so how is it that we can improve the bankability by taking the risks or mitigating the things that has to be considered in the due diligence process or in the project conceptualization stage? Those are really the key points that I think the ADB can bring a lot of value. And I see a lot of great potential because now not only is our client, right, or our partners like our member countries, but increasingly it's really gaining from what the private sector has to offer, what the philanthropies have to offer, what the academia has to offer. And so being that, finance plus, and we've been talking about this for quite a while, is really very, very crucial to ADB and moving forward as a development bank in the region. I'll stop there.
Thanks, Lou, and great points. Now, I too would like to see ADB, fully utilize those strengths that it has in, its convening powers and, getting out there and showing the demonstration effect that it, can really achieve, working in terms of that overall enabling environment to enable these to facilitate these kind of transactions. So, thank you, Lou, on that. And just opening to Dill, did you want to jump in on this too?
Yes, actually, I would like to talk from the public goods perspective in the sense that that we have these technological innovations happening, right? And these technological innovations that's happening, whichever sector it may be, it's expensive. But then, I'm looking from the perspective, how do we make this accessible to poor, to the vulnerable, to the emerging developing countries? If you look at the carbon budget globally today, US contributes to has contributed to about 24% of the total GHG emissions, followed by China, which is about 22%. And this bigger economy has used up the carbon budget that's available for the entire humanity. So moving forward, when the technological innovations happens, I think it's very important to see how we can make this technology available to the poor and the needy, particularly because I used to work for a long period of time with CGIS centers where we actually produce public goods, and I think CGIS centers as an institution has made tremendous amount of impact in uplifting people from poverty and also uplifting people from hunger. If you see today's food productions, that the increase in food production that has come, it's through these public goods that CGIS centers has produced. Without making this technology accessible to the poor, needy, I think it will be very difficult to achieve the sustainable development goal. The most of the target that you see, I think we are not able to achieve because around more than 50% of the people live in the rural areas, and these are the people who are hungry. Though they produce food, they are hungry. They are the ones who are poor. They have limited access to educations. They have limited access to internet technology, whatever it may be. So somehow, and also while I was working at Summit, we had actually tried to scale up technology, and scaling up technology was a big challenge. We had we develop technology at CG centers. We can keep them in the South, but then that doesn't actually yield benefits. So we really wanted to bring this technology to the farmers, to the poor, to the needy. Like, for example, within the agriculture sectors, we have technology like drought tolerant wheat, maize, and rice, which can grow in all drought conditions. We have water tolerant varieties which can grow underwater. We also have saline tolerant varieties which can tolerate all salines. And also now we have come to what you call the biofortifications concept, where we try to biofortify maize, wheat, and rice, where we try to increase zinc, we try to increase iron contents, where we try to reduce glycemic index so that people with diabetic can consume. So the effort within the CG centers has been humongous, and all this technology is actually public goods. It's being produced and made freely accessible. And I think this is something that has really helped in overcoming lots of food problems, the problem of climate change. And if you look at today, I think 60% of the carbon sink is on the land. And these lands are owned by farmers. And we really need to make sure that we can continue to hold this carbon sink. And that's where I think what John talked about, direct cash transfers through the use of technology to these farmers who are actually helping us maintain carbon sink. I think these are the things that we should also look into if we really want to achieve SDGs by 2030 that we aim to.
Thank you, Dil. And just to point out to everyone watching that Kathy's just put up on the chat box that after this panel discussion, we're going to have open floor discussions. So to the audience, please type in the Q&A box if you have any questions. And then to all speakers, please click raise hand to ask your questions. So let's just see who can write in quickly. In the meantime, while people are thinking about what questions, I might ask one of my own, just based very quickly on what Lou raised earlier about AI, and it was in the past week or so, we've seen some news reporting that OpenAI staff had raised significant safety concerns about AI's developments in OpenAI, warning that it could threaten humanity and the direction its commercial arm is taking it. So I guess my question is, given the rapid development of AI, how could it be used to accelerate the SDGs, or could it actually have the opposite effect? So I'm not sure who wants to go first on that. We can try raised hands. Otherwise, I can point to one of our panelists. Otherwise, I'll point to Professor Carney, who's trying to avoid eye contact. Thanks.
Right. This is a really difficult question. Well, when Lou was talking about technology, she talked about early adopter is important. And I also understand that early adopters are quite important. But according to our research, innovators and early adopters sum up to around 15 to 60% of the total population that is required for transformation. And then acceleration is getting to be important. Well, when it comes to the next stage for accelerating actions or transformation, then early majority is important. So how we can accelerate actions for early majority, which follows innovators and early adapters, is quite important. And when considering that, so, there are about 15% of people who goes first, and then there are about 30-40% of people that follows the early adapters. And that's where investment, more significant investment is important. And I was thinking about what's the role of OpenAI in that process, I don't have any different answer to that, but well, it is also important that OpenAI could go to unsustainable and sustainable directions, and trying to direct AI towards more sustainability or SDG towards SDG is considered to be quite important. Another issue that I was thinking when you're talking about OpenAI was the gap between developed and developing countries. AI, especially OpenAI, is made out of the data that is accumulated in different countries. And if the access to AI is much more preoccupied by people in developed country, then application of that information into the developed world is getting to be more difficult. So I think this division between North and South is also quite significant when you consider application of AI into sustainability issues. Otherwise, less developed countries are just importing the model of developed countries, which is not necessarily sustainable in terms of practice. So that's came up to my mind, but I'm still thinking.
That's great. No, thank you. And there's a few other questions. Sorry, I saw there's a few in the Q&A box. So I might start at the top with a different question. So how does ADB, so it must be to you, Lou, how does ADB ensure that its sustainability projects in the Philippines are inclusive and benefits all segments of the population?
Thank you. Very interesting question. And let me just also put in a few words about your previous question, because I think all of us are kind of not willing to answer because it is like almost an impossible question. So thank you for that. And you can take a very optimistic view or a very pessimistic view, right? And so I rather take the more optimistic one, because I feel like, when I refer to AI and I got really excited is because I see the possibilities. Of course, with the benevolence of the AI and not like a monster like in the Matrix that's going to use us as batteries. Fine, that's one scenario. But there's the other scenario where, depending on where AI goes and how sophisticated it gets, this is really the point where you can, I talk about the access to information. How can you give that democracy of information to people, right? If you're a farmer in the middle of China wanting to understand what the market has to offer for your commodity, isn't that important information? Or if a system can give you the probability of a flood in a particular section, isn't that really useful information that's going to help you make decisions? During the fintech, like there's a software that basically translates anything I say into like 5 different languages, which kills the fact that, I spent all my life like learning all these different languages, which is probably no longer useful, right? But it facilitates that communication, which is something that is creating an equal platform for everybody. And so I just think that there's so many different variations of how AI can be helpful or can be destructive. But I just think in the scope of development and the scope of sort of using this as a tool for us to accelerate that, any kind of things, Professor Kani was talking about, early adopters, and then you have the kind of that initial, on takers. I think that's really a lot of the things that I see can accelerate that process. Back to the question about the projects in the Philippines, I think that's always a challenge. Like we certainly do our best in terms of not only the design of our projects, but also in our monitoring evaluation of projects, but mostly monitoring implementation. we try to pay a lot of attention. And to this session, this is actually quite important because a lot of it is about, how do you know that you're getting to the right people? How do you know you're getting to the most vulnerable? I think having that access to data is at the center of this, right? And so during COVID, I think we were part of the Philippines social amelioration program. I think managed to mobilize a lot of financing, basically cash transfers for the most vulnerable based on the database that, the Philippines government had. And I think that was and I actually think ADBI did a case study on this. And this is a really good example of, how do you actually use data and availability of data to verify that you're actually giving, the assistance to the people who need it the most. Right. And so having that population of data, right, and then managing that data so that you can make sure you can verify it and also, disperse and then make sure that whatever the intended the clientele is reached. I think this is a really, really good example of how technology can help us better target where our assistants go and track whether they are being used for what they were intended to. So I think that's a roundabout way of saying, do we make sure that we, reach all the vulnerable people? But I think, I think there's definitely a lot of things that we can do better, but we certainly try to do that during our due diligence, also implementation. Let me stop there.
Thanks, Lou, and thanks for covering off the AI side of things. That was very interesting too. And just saw that one of the questions, I guess, takes that opposite sort of view, or not really opposite, but just counterfactual sort of view. So the question is, often the discussion is about new and complex technology like AI. So this is a question probably for Dill possibly. But in many situations, the adoption and upscale of basic technology is just as important, especially in sectors like agriculture or health. How can we keep the discussion on appropriate and sustainable technology? So if I could go that to a raise of hands, whoever wants to tackle that one.
Yes. Thanks, David. As I said earlier, I think, we have this, complex AI technology, one set of technology that's happening, but that's simple, very traditional technology that's there for many, many years. Within agriculture sectors also, we have zero tillage, high yielding varieties. We also have different kind of CASI technology, which is actually climate mitigating as well as climate adaptations. And these simple technologies is very cost effective and it's very easy to scale. But we need extension services. We need people to actually help in scaling this technology and scaling this technology, particularly in the rural area among the farming communities, can have a very, very big impact because the initial impact could be very big. And maybe once we achieve certain level, then all this complex technology can come within agriculture sectors. If you look at AI, now we have what you call these pests, because overuse of pesticides is killing the world. And so we have precision way of using pesticides where we go and actually use only very precisely, very limited amount of pest. And not only that, overuse of fertilizer is also a problem, but now we have very precision way of fertilizer applications. We have soil moistures, AI detecting. These are very, very complex and maybe very difficult to scale it to the farmers because of the knowledge and and several problems simple maize legume technology, zero tillage technology, crop rotations that you have. And these simple, I think, things. And also within other sectors, also scaling this within health, scaling for example, very simple, technologies that has been existing. If we can scale it up, I think we can reduce the disease impact to a great extent, the WASH, I call it a technology. Even adopting WASH can really dramatically reduce all the communicable disease. So I think we also need to think about how we scale this very simple, traditional existing technology, particularly to the rural communities.
Thank you very much, Dill. So we've got a few questions. So unless anyone wants to jump in on that one, I'll keep going with other questions. Great, just link for hands, that's fine. So if you can see the chat box, let me know if you also want to jump in on anything in particular. But we can go for technology. So I'll just pick one at random. So technology transformation in organizations is a challenging task in terms of resourcing it financially and manning it with the right people to optimize the utility of these new shifts. This is more of a statement. Therefore, any intervention needs to be looked at into it from both perspectives for sustainability.
I'm happy to answer the one from Hazrat. So
sure. Yeah. Thanks. I'll just read it out quickly. So a big challenge that is facing developing countries is that most of the conferences and meetings relate to sustainable development are being attended by political people, keeping professionals and responsible people for implementation of the initiatives, I guess, away. This develops a gap of transcending the effect down to the grassroots level. Is there any policy to segregate people for participation to their respective levels so that the message and projects get across to the right cohort and bring about the change as desired? Thanks, Luke.
Yeah, so I think, you know, in many ways, when you're at the big kind of global arena and you're kind of giving statements by the politicians, right? There's that expectation that there's some kind of alignment of, you know, the national strategy that really filters down to your local strategy as well. That kind of consistency and coherence of the vision from the center, but also, you know, kind of disseminating down to the local level in terms of what is it, what are the kind of the strategic directions of financing that needs to take place so that you can reach this broader goal. And I see, you know, ADB itself as no different, right? Because we have a corporate strategy, but at the end of the day, what we do at the project level should then also be very much aligned and, you know, coherent. There's that coherency and connection to the corporate strategy. This is an interesting question for me because I think we spend a lot of time thinking about SDG localization because we do think that in order for SDGs to be realized, then having this kind of bottom-up or grassroots type of activities is indispensable, right? And one of the biggest challenges is how do you make sure that messaging doesn't get lost or doesn't get disconnected when it goes from the center to the local or municipal, let's say, side. And a few months ago, we had a delegation from the Thai government, and they were looking at it from the results side of, okay, well, you know, what kind of incentives can we do? What kind of metrics can we design so that we can have this coherence in the messaging and also in the strategy that not only is at the national level but filters down to the local level. And I think this is a very important question, but I also think that, you know, every single country that we work with, we interact with, especially with the SDG kind of agenda in mind, we do have this two sides of the coin. Right? We not only look at what is being said on the international stage, but we're also looking at how do the localization strategies match up to those national strategies in order to make that match, but also to make that linkage. It's not, you know, it's not an answer for everything, but I think it's really an important place to start, and also to make sure that when we are an international organization, we are helping to facilitate that discussion. So let me stop there.
And thank you, Lou. No, it's very important, particularly when it comes down to implementation, getting down to the local levels, which are the ones who implement it. So just definitely a key area of focus for ADB and others going forward. Professor Carney.
Yeah, I would like to respond to the second question. I guess SDG functions to connect global level discussion to the local level. In case of Japan, for example, many local governments are trying to translate what is decided at the global level into their local context. And we have 184 future cities focusing on SDGs. So that is the kind of practice that is required to translate global norms into the local practice. I think the similar kind of actions are taken by companies trying to translate SDGs into their corporate strategies. Steri also mentioned some of those, I think. But other companies also are trying to, internalize what is necessary in the social action into their company's behavior. And in that context, SDGs are used for that. So my answer to this question is, utilize SDG is one of the things that you could do to translate global decision-making into the local arena. And in addition to that, I think that in the next year, Summit of the Future, I think it is the context of youth, but they're going to talk about meaningful participation. So that may be meaningful participation at global level decision making. So I think that may be something that you could also consider to tap into in order to voice local voices into the global conferences. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other panelists want to jump in on any of the remaining questions? We've only got a few minutes left. So, or any other remarks you want to make on things that have been raised so far? I'll wait for a show of hands. Anyone? Otherwise, I'm going to raise a question. Okay, so I'll ask a question. So we'll go to this one. So due to recent technological advancements, can developing countries in Asia and Pacific bolster their skill base to actively contribute to higher value add segments of manufacturing service, or might this trend contribute to increased income inequality? Who wants to jump in on that one? Dill or Lou, or? We've only got 2 minutes left, 3 minutes left. Okay, Lou, thank you.
Yeah, I think, I think the aspiration for ADB, whenever we talk to any country, there's that hope, right, that you're moving up the value chain. And so for things like, our programming with many countries, we focus on TVET education, we focus on vocational education, we focus on sort of moving up the value chain. And I think this question is really interesting because there's that question of like how much can be replaced by things like the menial work or the kind of the lower value addition work, how much of that can be automated, let's say, or how much of that can be done by somebody. Right, because eventually, if you look at the progression of China, at one point they were looking at really the low value add kind of tasks that were going on, and so as they are progressing up the chain, the tasks of the more basic things gets shifted to Vietnam or other countries. Right. And so if you actually have everybody kind of move up that chain, the question is like how much of the things that has to be done by somebody can that be automated? Like I feel like that's kind of the question that I don't have a specific answer for. This is definitely not a sector that I'm very familiar with. But I think as just a practical and logical question, that would be the things that we will try to help every country get up that value chain, but then who is going to do the work? I don't know. Happy to hear from the other panelists.
Yeah, just to quickly.
Yes, please.
Yeah, just to quickly add on comment. I think it's also related to the first David's question on AI progression, because in the longer term, or actually just like in 1 decade, AI will replace many of the jobs, even including those creation, related one. Like previously, we saw only those labor-intensive work will be replaced. Right now, we're seeing AIGC replacing, designers, those entrepreneurs, those interpreters, and like many of other jobs. So, looking at the future structure of job markets, we have to make it like very transparent that it will change definitely, and that will kind of like enlarge the gap a little bit, and that means we have to make the education also revolutionize to match the future job market. It could be like more earlier computer science education for those rural areas. And that means a lot of investments in hardware and also educational forces, or other, jobs that will still play a critical role in future AI era. So I think it's a very critical question, yet we don't have an answer yet, but we have to be very, like transparent and recognize the fact that the job market will change and the education has to change to match the future demand.
Thanks, Starry, and thanks for those final remarks and insights. So just to finish up, so in this engaging panel discussion, we've delved into the vital role of science and technology in advancing the SDGs. Our esteemed panelists, hailing from diverse backgrounds in academia, the private sector, international organizations, shared their unique insights and experiences. The discussion covered challenges and lessons learned regarding the role of science and technology in achieving SDGs, including in robust social science and governance, inclusive innovations and technology diffusion, SDG implementation in the private sector, international cooperation, and specific hurdles posed by the confluence of crises. The panel discussion has unveiled the complex yet promising landscape of science, technology, and sustainable development. And it's also highlighted the urgent need for collaborative efforts, international frameworks, and innovative approaches to achieve the ambitious SDGs. We appreciate the valuable insights shared by our panelists, which contribute to our understanding and hopefully the advancement of the SDGs. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed panelists for sharing their expertise during this discussion, and a warm thank you to all the participants, whether joining us online or in person, for your active engagement and contributions to this meaningful dialogue. Thank you all for your attendance at this session. So thank you very much.
Today, our paper session will focus on the influence of geopolitics, geoeconomics, democracy, and conflict on SDG achievement. This is a very interesting set of papers. And I will introduce the chair of the session, and will hand over the floor to him. So the chair is Dr. Arif Ramayandi, who is a principal economist at the Economic Research and Development Impact Department of the Asian Development Bank. Dr. Ramayandi is responsible for providing inputs for the macroeconomic surveillance part of the Asian Development Outlook, which is ADB's flagship publication. He is currently in charge of macroeconomic modeling activities within the bank. Prior to joining ADB, he was the director of the Center of Economics and Development Studies at Pajajaran University in Indonesia, and served as a consultant for various international organizations and government institutions. He has published in the field of macroeconomics and development. Dr. Ramayandi holds a doctorate degree in economics from the Australian National University. So without further ado, please, I hand over the floor to Arif.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I hope you can hear my voice clearly. As Daniel has introduced earlier, this session is going to be about the influence of geopolitics, geoeconomics, democracy, and conflict on SDG achievements. We have in this session 4 papers to be presented. And before I introduce the presenters and the discussant, I would like to say something about the home rules for the session. I'll be allocating about 25 minutes time for each presentation. So please stick to your time so that we can finish on time, and then give about 10 minutes time for the discussant to present their take on the main presentation. Afterwards, we will continue by a 10 minutes Q&A for each paper. So all in all, we will be allocating about 45 minutes for every presentation, including discussion and Q&A. And hopefully we can wrap up our session in time at about 6 p.m. Tokyo time. The first paper presented is going to be by Professor Vigneswara Swamy, Professor of Economics and Dean of Research from ICFAI Foundation for Higher Education in Hyderabad, India. And then his presentation will soon be followed by a discussion by Associate Professor Pui Sun Tam from Department of Finance and Business Economics, Faculty of Business Administration, University of Macau. To cut time short, I'll hand over the floor to Professor Vigneswara. Please, Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Arif Ramayandi, for the initial words. I hope I can now present my screen. I believe the screen is visible and also audio is clear. Let me begin my presentation on the topic. The topic of this presentation is geoeconomic dynamics, assessing the impact of trade tensions and economic coercion on sustainable development goals. As we observe, since the pandemic time, we are seeing a lot of macroeconomic uncertainty, which has been culminated because of various factors, more particularly the geopolitical and geoeconomic issues. In particular, if you look at the trade tensions, more of economic coercions, which are happening in the world, it is quite disturbing. It is also affecting not only the economic growth of the nations, but also various facets of human development, economic development, and welfare of the mankind. If you look at the publications of World Trade Organization, the World Trade Organization says there were around 6,000 international trade barriers in 2020. And these disagreements cost the global trade at around 1.2 trillion. This is a substantial cost which we are paying because of these economic coercions. The trade conflicts have been demonstrated to impede the market access and raise tariffs, hindering substantial economic growth, and especially the SDG 8, which talks about decent work and economic growth, has been hampered because of these trade conflicts. UNCTAD 2019 publications well documents it. The trade conflicts, economic sanctions, and geopolitical tensions have the potential, and also they have been impacting or disrupting the successful implementation of SDGs. More particularly, SDGs directed towards achieving healthcare, economic growth, political stability, providing employment, and ensuring peace. So the global landscape is quite complicatedly evolving because of the impact of all these geoeconomic tensions and economic coercions. And there is a need to comprehend, to know the link between the effects of geoeconomic tensions and the smoother implementation or successful implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly for the policymakers and the academia. So in this context, why this study? So this particular study has identified certain study gaps. So far, the economic sanctions literature has narrowly focused on country-specific issues. More of them are country-specific studies. And they have focused on certain aspects which are more related to politics, humanitarian issues, such kind of stuff. And some of them are more on economic growth, how the economic sanctions have impacted the economic growth like that. And much of the focus of the present literature that focuses on the economic sanctions impact is on political factors. So if you look at the available economic sanctions literature, definitely we find a profound gap which emphasizes the need to go for a comprehensive study about the impact of geoeconomic dynamics on the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals. So with the particular reason that there is a dire need to look into this issue, and also we all are aware of the fact that recently the United Nations Secretary General has emphasized that the implementation of SDGs is very important because we are in the midway, as the theme line of this conference says. Since 2015, when the SDGs were adopted by the United Nations, now we are in the midway stage. And definitely there is a need to look into this analysis of how these economic sanctions and trade conflicts or trade tensions have impacted the SDGs. And also, as I said earlier, the impact of trade disputes has been quite substantial. There is a need to look into this issue. If you allow these economic tensions and economic coercions to continue unabated, it will have a very bad dent on the economic progress and also the human welfare across the world. So in this context, this study focuses and also it contributes in three important ways, unique ways. How? First, the interesting contribution of this study is it presents an examination that looks at the complex effects of economic sanctions on four important SDGs. SDG 1, SDG 3, SDG 8, and SDG 16 on a single canvas for a panel of countries that are targeted by the sanctioning states. And the second important aspect of this study is, this study is unique in its way because it recognizes the contextual differences that come from various economic systems, political regimes, and levels of development, emphasizing the need for a customized approach rather than a broad brush approach to understand the impact of economic coercion. And also, this study offers very useful insights to the policymakers and stakeholders for making well-informed decisions in the global context, where the economic and geopolitical factors play a significant role in the complicated geoeconomic processes in the way towards accomplishing the SDGs. So let us take a quick look at the stylized facts related to this economic coercions or economic sanctions. This table presents the objective-wise list of sanctioning states. These are the sanctioning states which have issued sanctions on 14 countries. The list of the 14 countries is presented below. The targeted countries are basically these: Bulgaria, China, Dominican Republic, Egypt, Iran, Kyrgyz Republic, Latvia, Lithuania, Malta, Paraguay, Russia, Turkey, Ukraine, and Vietnam. The sanctioning states are more often the United States, United Kingdom, Burkina Faso, China, Canada, and South Korea. So in this table, we present objective-wise list of sanctioning states. Essentially, United States has issued economic sanctions on 14 countries with the objective of achieving human rights and democracy. Whereas United Kingdom has issued sanctions on 7 countries on this objective. Similarly, United States has issued around 8 economic sanctions with the objective of policy change. United Kingdom has issued on 2 countries with the same objective, Burkina Faso on 1 and China on 2 countries. Coming to terrorism, the United States alone has issued around 11 economic sanctions on 11 countries, which according to it are rather passively encouraging terrorism. And others, the other objectives, which are other than these 3 main objectives of economic sanctions issued by these sanctioning countries, include around 14 by United States, 3 by United Kingdom, 1 by Canada, and 1 by South Korea. So this table presents how the economic sanctions have been issued by the sanctioning countries on the sanctioned ones. That means the targeted ones. This is a geographic spread of how these targeted countries are situated. And it also presents this figure, the intensity of the economic sanctions in terms of frequency of years. Continental-wise, there are around 5 countries from Asia, 2 from Africa, 6 from Europe, and 1 from South America. And of them, Iran has been substantially targeted. Around 7 is the intensity there. Likewise, for different countries, there are different levels of intensity of these economic sanctions in terms of frequency of the period. To move ahead, let me also show you the trends of these economic sanctions for the study period. As we are looking at the period which commenced from the implementation of SDGs, the study period runs from 2015 to 2022 for these economic sanctions. Presently, the economic sanctions in force year-wise are shown here in the left panel of this chart. And in the right panel, we show you the different 4 sanction types as per the global sanctions database: the trade sanctions, the financial sanctions, and the travel sanctions. Clubbing together all these 3, we find the economic sanctions. So we mean to say the economic sanctions encompass all these three the different types of sanctions, namely what I said, trade, financial, and travel sanctions. As we see from this chart, the trade sanctions are more in number, and then comes the financial sanctions, and then come the trade sanctions. Travel sanctions. So overall, we see there is a substantial rise, or a gradual substantial rise in the number of sanctions from the year 2015 onwards. As we see here in 2022, overall the economic sanctions touched 163. And if you look at the economic sanctions objective-wise, from the year 2015 onwards, we see there is a gradual and a sudden rise, gradual rise from 2015 to 2019, but there is a sudden rise from 2019 onwards in terms of economic sanctions, objective-wise also. We see substantial rise from 2018 onwards or 2017 onwards in the case of human rights and democracy targeted objective sanctions. And terrorism has been increasing, the sanctions have been increasing in terms of objective of terrorism from 2017 onwards. And others, of course, it has increased from 2020 onwards substantially. So this chart provides some glimpse of how the economic sanctions have been implemented or imposed since 2015 onwards. And as I said, this study is going to look at the impact of these economic sanctions on 4 important SDGs. SDG 1, as you see, it is about achieving no poverty. And this study looks at how the economic coercion affects poverty and economic growth in targeted nations. And SDG 3, as we know, it focuses on health expenditure, health access, and the public health, undernourishment, all these issues. And in terms of SDG 8, this study will look at how the economic sanctions affect the unemployment levels and economic growth in the targeted nations. And in terms of SDG 16, the study tries to look at how it impacts the political stability in the targeted nations. And also it looks at the governance mechanisms, the effectiveness of governance, political stability, and also the institutional stability in those targeted countries. So if you look at
8 minutes, Professor Swami.
Okay, then I will speed up a little bit. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for informing. So if you look at the literature, available literature, as I said in my introductory comments, the available literature is more in terms of focused country-specific studies. And some are there in terms of panel studies also, but they are not encompassed on these SDG issues. So there is a specific study gap in terms of literature review also, which enables us to proceed ahead with this study. So we formulate 5 important hypotheses: how the economic sanctions affect economic growth, and also it increases the poverty levels. Economic sanctions targeting some nations negatively impact the healthcare and also public health indicators, including health infrastructure, accessibility, and also other SDG 3 aligned health outcomes. So our third hypothesis is about how economic sanctions are hindering commerce, investment, and employment in these targeted states in terms of SDG 8. And our fourth hypothesis is about how the economic sanctions are leading to undermine the SDG 6, that is peace, justice, and strong institutions in the targeted countries. And our fifth objective is about how these economic sanctions are having diverse impacts because they have got their own levels of economic structures, political systems, and different varied degrees of development. So These 5 hypotheses we formulate and we test in our study. The data, of course, as I said, it comes from the global sanctions database. The targeted nations I already mentioned, the sanctioning states also I mentioned earlier. So the study period covers from 2006 to 2022, but the economic sanctions are from 2015 to 2022. So these are the variables, as I said, the economic sanctions, which encompass the financial sanctions, trade sanctions, and travel sanctions. Financial sanctions, of course, as we know, they limit the transactions, assets, or services for the specific individuals or entities in those targeted countries. Trade sanctions, of course, they include the tariffs, import restrictions, non-tariff barriers that hinder the commerce. And of course, the travel sanctions, they include visa restrictions, travel bans to restrict the movement of the people, entities between the countries. And this table 1 shows the different variables that we are using in this study. These include the SDG indicators, as I mentioned earlier. These are covering all those 4 SDGs which I mentioned: SDG 1, SDG 3, SDG 8, and SDG 16. This is the descriptive statistics. The data is quite okay in terms of empirical analysis. We also run the Jarko-Barra test, which shows about the normality of the data. And except few variables, the standard deviation is okay. So the different methods that we adopt in this case are cross-sectional dependency studies and then the panel co-integration. We also use the most superior econometric method, that is the CSCRDL method, and also the robustness tests we provide to show that how strong our results are to different approaches of econometric analysis. This is the model that we employ for this analysis. Because of the paucity of time, let me proceed faster. So firstly, this is the CIPS and the heteroscedasticity tests of this panel unit groups. So the first panel shows the cross-section dependency test results. The second one talks about the cross-sectional IM, PESRAN, and SIN, that is CIPS test, which is a popular test. And the third panel shows the heteroscedasticity resistant, this EORD results. So they're all fine, and some variables are in the first difference and some are in the level. The stationarity is observed, and we proceed further. So we also run the panel co-integration test to look at the co-integration levels, Cow test and Westerland test, and also the Petroni test for co-integration. So firstly, we run the baseline specification using the panel least squares. These are the results which provide some basic understanding about the association between the economic sanctions and the study variables. I will explain them later because of the paucity of time. The table 2, 6.2, is also looking at this health expenditure per capita as the study variable, and then poverty headcount ratio, and then the prevalence of undernourishment. So here also results are quite good. I think time is running. So table 6.3 talks about these variables, PSAT, and then unemployment, and then the rule of law. Here also results are quite acceptable. I will explain them. So the relationship has been captured in this figure: the economic sanctions and trade openness, economic sanctions and government efficiency or government effectiveness, and then economic sanctions and GDP growth, economic sanctions and PSAVT, that is political stability, avoidance of terrorism, violence, those kind of things. So the table 7 is the results of the CSCRDL, which clearly tells that the economic sanctions are impacting negatively the achievement of SDG 1, that is poverty, and other aspects are also explained here. And then country-wise effects are captured in this table number 8. So all the 14 countries, how they are faring under these variables and how the economic sanctions are impacting these different SDG variables has been captured here. Let me quickly go to the, so this is the IV regression, that is the instrumental variable regression to provide further robustness analysis for the results, which support our main results. And this is the difference in difference method which we adopted to show how there has been a significant change because of this intervention of economic sanctions, implementation of these, the SDG variables or the parameters. And these are the results. Let me come to this. The short-term impact and also the long-term impact we analyze. The rate of GDP growth experiences a significant decrease because of this impact of this economic sanctions. And the proportion of health expenditure also exhibits a decrease. And the measures of government effectiveness, rule of law, unemployment levels show slight changes. And the long-term impact also provides similar kind of results. A statistically significant negative effect on GDP growth, particularly in Turkey, we see it, and a positive influence on the government effectiveness. And the proportion of health expenditure is negatively affected. And there is a positive impact on the rule of law, and also substantial effect on the amount of unemployment. So the findings are very clear that the economic sanctions significantly impact the SDG 1 implementation, which hurts the achievement of poverty, no poverty. And the economic sanctions harm the healthcare, public health, especially SDG 3. In China, we have seen that. And the economic sanctions slow the SDG 8 development by influencing economic growth, government effectiveness, trade, investment, and unemployment rates in the impacted countries, limiting the trade and investment. I'll just conclude. So the economic sanctions hinder the progress towards SDG 16 with variations in political stability and violence or terrorism indicators. And finally, the analysis shows that the economic sanctions impacts vary on the economic framework, political system, and progress level, with Bulgaria, Iran, China, Egypt responding differently, highlighting the need for more focused research. And the recommendations are very clear. The complex effects of different sanctions on diverse metrics emphasized a nuanced, customized approach and policy responses in achieving the SDG goals in this context. Policymakers must address the economic sanctions, distinctive effects on economic growth, governance, and social well-being with context-specific situations. And the continuous monitoring and evaluation of economic sanctions effects is necessary due to the geo-economic interactions complexity. And setting up of comprehensive economic, social, and governance indicators will enable the prompt policy adjustments. And reducing dependency on sanctioned industries, diversifying the economy can help nations withstand the external pressures. So with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Swamy. Without any further ado, let me pass the time to Professor Kui Sun Tan to present 10 minutes discussion of what Professor Swamy has presented just now. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Let me try to share my file first. Sorry. Okay, just a moment, sorry.
Perhaps you can just start while you're trying to upload your presentation.
Thank you so much for first of all, thank you, Chair. Okay, first of all, I would like to thank ADBI, for giving me this opportunity to discuss this paper in this conference. What I'm going to do is, I'll try to briefly go through the summary of briefly go through the summary of this paper, and then I will try to provide some of my comments. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, the file doesn't work. Okay, just give me 2 seconds.
I think it works now. I can see your screen.
You can see my screen, right?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Thank you so much. First of all, okay, the summary of this paper. Okay, so this paper studies the relationship between geoeconomics and sustainable development goals. And it includes, it basically focuses on economic sanctions as the main geoeconomic factor. Okay, and it also take a look at the subcomponents, including financial sanction, trade sanction, and travel sanction. Okay, and for the SDGs, okay, it focuses on 4 components. Okay, SDG 1, 3, 8, and 16. And for each of the SDG goals, the paper tries to study selected indicators in the empirical analysis. And then, okay, it tries to use a variety of econometric methods, including the panel unit root test, panel co-integration test, and also various types of regression analysis. And it particularly focuses on panel OLS regression and also the CS-ARDL regression model. Okay, and given the geoeconomic factors and also the selected indicators for SDGs, and then using those econometric techniques, okay, the main results obtained from the paper are as follows. Okay, first of all, okay, using panel co-integration test, the paper has found co-integration relationship between the economic sanctions and also SDGs. And then based on the OLS panel regression results, significant effects on both significant effects on selected SDG indicators have been derived. Okay, for some of them, okay, there are negative effects. For some others, there are the negative effects. And then using the CS-ARDL regression analysis, then, okay, the paper has found out that the economic sanctions have some short-run and also long-run dynamic effects on GDP growth. And furthermore, okay, based on the CS-ARDL model, error correction mechanism can be found for selected SDG indicators. Okay, and the paper also mentions that the relationship between the geoeconometric, the relationship between the geoeconomic factors and also the SDGs, okay, that this relationship hinges on some characteristics of the targeted countries. And these characteristics include economic framework, political regime, and development level. Okay, so this should be the above should be the snapshot of the snapshot of the paper. And here I would like to give a few comments about the paper, and hopefully, okay, it can be helpful for the author to make some adjustment to the paper so as to so that the paper can be more contributive to the literature. Okay, in fact, okay, I think that the overall the paper has given us a new view about how economic sanctions can have some economic impact on SDGs. And this would be important for us to derive some policy in order to improve on the sustainable development objective, especially for the underdeveloped economies. Okay, but based on the paper, okay, I would like to highlight a few aspects. First of all, okay, the first one is talking about the issue under study. Okay, as the title of the paper has suggested, geoeconomics is the focus. Okay, however, okay, when I go through the draft of the paper, okay, it seems that only the economic aspect has been emphasized. Okay, but the
demographic aspect has not been discussed well. Okay, and then, okay, furthermore, okay, in the title, okay, it has also mentioned about the effect of trade tensions on SDGs. Okay, but I suppose that trade tensions are not the same as trade sanctions. Okay, although trade sanctions have been used in the empirical analysis, but trade tensions have not been used. Okay, I did not find any particular, okay, trade tensions indicators like the US trade war, okay, something like that, okay, discussed in the paper. Okay, and then okay, in the literature review, okay, I think, okay, more focused review about the existing studies on how those existing studies have addressed the relationship between geoeconomic factors and SDGs would be worthwhile to highlight the significance of the research gap under study. Okay, and also, okay, for the hypothesis, okay, the paper has proposed 5 hypotheses, and the theoretical mechanism underlying those hypotheses have not been well spelled out. Okay, and then, okay, for the sample period, okay, the data for the economic sanctions started in 1950, okay, but the sample period under study is only starting from 2006. Okay, I'm wondering, okay, what may be the rationale behind in choosing this particular sample period. Okay, and then, okay, in the empirical analysis of the paper, it mainly focuses on the types of sanctions. Okay, but actually there are other dimensions of the sanctions, okay, especially, okay, for trade sanctions, okay, which as mentioned by okay, just now, trade sanctions should be the most frequently used one, most frequently used type of sanctions. And then, okay, for trade tensions, there should be the partial type and also the complete type. Okay, so I think, okay, other dimensions of the economic sanctions may also influence the SDGs. Okay, in addition, okay, about the use of the indicators for SDGs, actually, okay, according to the Sustainable Development Report, it has the index score for each of the 17 SDGs. Okay, and the underlying indicators used in the index scoring, okay, can be quite different from those used in the paper. Okay, so here I have a screen cap. Okay, the indicators used by the Sustainable Development Report, and the author, okay, may want to take a look, okay, to see to check some other alternative measurements for SDGs, okay, to produce alternative analysis so as to check for the robustness of results. Okay, and then okay, about the methodology. Okay, as seen from the results of the panel unitary test, the variables are not all I1 variables. Okay, in that case, okay, the panel co-integration test employed in the paper may not be appropriate. Okay, because those co-integration tests used are for I1 variables only. Okay, and in addition, those co-integration tests do not account for cross-sectional dependence, which has been detected among the variables by the author using the CD test. Okay, and then, okay, in the panel OLS regressions, it seems that the fixed and also country fixed and time fixed effects have not been included. And also, okay, in order to study the geoeconomic dynamics, lagged dependent variables may need to be introduced into the regression model for analysis. And then, okay, the analysis does not involve structural breaks, but especially, okay, in the paper, it has mentioned about COVID-19. And in 2008, there was also the global financial crisis. And these structural breaks may also need to be taken into account because, okay, they have been affecting, okay, the sustainable development progress quite a lot, okay, to my understanding. And then, okay, in terms of looking at some aspects like economic framework and political regime on the relationship between economic sanctions and SDG, okay, I think, okay, the author may consider using subsample for analysis. Okay, and then, okay, for the robustness checks, okay, those alternative econometric techniques do not seem to be able to cater for the cross-sectional dependence phenomena in the data. Okay, and finally, okay, in the results, okay, I think that most of the results, okay, especially for the CSARDL model, okay, the coefficients are not particularly significant for many of the SDG indicators. Okay, only for GDP growth, okay, is the coefficient for economic sanctions significant? Okay, so I'm not sure if the author may try to take a look at those results and to recheck the variables to be involved again. Okay, thank you so much, okay, for your attention about my discussion.
Thank you, Professor Pui. So we are running out of time, but before I pass the floor to Professor Swami to provide his response, I'd also like to read two questions coming up in the question and answer board. First one from Udine Getaun. Do you have any investment on peace building in developing nations, as security plays a great role in economic development? That's one of a question coming up. And then there is another question that came up as well about, do you think that countries which impose economic sanctions achieve their objectives? So, Professor Swami, please, you have about 6 minutes to respond and to answer the two questions from the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First, let me give the response to the observations of our reviewer. First thing is the fixed effects and the country effects, time effects need to be looked into. That's what one of the observations was. We have taken into consideration all those things. Because the slide was very tight with a lot of information, those lines were removed, and that's the reason they might not have looked into. So we have taken into those issues also, and our results are more robust. And also today when I presented, I also presented, which is not there in the paper, of course, in the last 3 days only we did that analysis. And that's about providing robustness in terms of the difference in difference method also. How there has been a significant change in terms of these variables because of the effect of economic sanctions. So our results are quite evident and established. And also to establish causality and to verify the endogeneity aspects, we have used the IV regression, panel IV estimation methods. They are also giving consistent results in line with our main results. So keeping these things in view, we feel that our findings are more robust. And then coming to the question of considering the different political regimes and all. Right now, our study has become so voluminous, and there are limitations for submitting the report also, the word limitations. So keeping that in view, we thought it should be more focused and more, crispy. Because of that, we did not look into so many other aspects which are related to this main issue. That's one of the reasons why we did not look into the geographic spread. And one observation that the learned reviewer said was the time period that we have chosen from 2006 onwards for this analysis would have been from since 1950, the data is available like that, the point was there. But as I said earlier also, the implementation of SDGs has started or commenced from 2015. So that is why our focus was from 2015 only, but still we took the period from 2006 onwards because of the reason that we wanted to see how there is a significant change. So to capture that effect, we took the data from 2006 to 2022. And in that, the SDG data is from the economic sanctions data is collected from 2015 onwards. So this is how, because of the availability of the data for these variables, we went ahead with this kind of a data structure in our analysis. And coming to another one observation, where it was said that the method of analyzing this cross-sectional dependency could have been more different because of certain issues like that. We have looked into that, and it is quite comparable with any other studies which have adopted similar kinds of econometric approaches in terms of looking at these econometric issues. That's one thing. And coming to the question, very specific question which came about how these economic sanctions have been successful. Just I saw one question. You see, whatever the data we have considered from the global sanctions database, they're all successful sanctions. And they're also ongoing sanctions. So we have captured in our data the ongoing and successful sanctions. So in that way, what we wanted to ensure in our analysis was there should be a significant and noticeable impact of these economic sanctions on the implementation of SDGs. So that is why we have considered these economic sanctions, which are ongoing also. Right now, they are ongoing. So that's why that database is quite realistic and robust. And many good papers have used this particular database also. So in that way, the data that we have used is quite reliable also. So overall, what I want to just convey quickly is the results are very, very clear and very evident and acceptable. Why? Because the results clearly specify that depending upon the economic level or the degree of progress, the economic structures of those respective targeted countries, the difference in the results we can see. And overall, we see these economic sanctions have hampered the economic growth of these targeted nations, undoubtedly. And also, they have caused the surge in the poverty levels of these targeted nations. And the undernourishment has increased in these targeted countries. And coming to the health expenditure, there also it has caused some disquietness and disharmony. Because the focus of these targeted countries has been towards how to avoid the major problems that are emanating because of these economic sanctions. And as we know, the United States, which is the major sanctioning country, is quite influential in terms of its economic might and political might. So that is why these sanctions are substantially impacting these targeted countries. So the efforts of the global community and the policymakers at the global level, based on these evidences which we have shown in this analysis, is they should try to think about how to insulate the effects of these negative effects of these sanctions on these SDG indicators, more particularly. Otherwise, the achievement of SDG, yeah, I'm going to conclude. SDG achievement by the targeted time of 2030 may not be successful. That's why there is a need at this midway stage of the implementation of SDGs to look into these issues more focusedly and more country-specific context, so that how we can overcome the problem or the adverse impact of these economic sanctions on these specified the SDGs. That is very important. So this is the useful insights that we are getting from this exhaustive comprehensive analysis. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide the clarity on these results. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Swami. It's a very interesting results, very nice study, and I think we all can learn a lot from it and figure out possible policies that can be drawn to help achieving SDGs going forward. Having said that, there is one question in the Q&A box that unfortunately we don't have enough time to discuss here in the open. Please have a look at it, and if you don't mind, provide an answer in writing there at the box. Thank you very much. I think now we should move to the second paper. Let me invite Professor Michel Di Maio. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. He's a professor of economics with the Department of Economics and Law. Come again, sorry.
Yeah. Professor Di Maio will present 4.
I see.
So,
okay,
so now
I'm
we are
looking
at yeah. So we're now the presenter is now Dr. Kim Tae-seng.
I see.
And then the third one is Professor Minnie Thomas. Thank you.
All right. All right. So now we are moving to the second paper by Dr. Kim Tae-seng, researchers with the Royal School of Amsterdam. His paper is titled The Consequences of Participatory Democracy for Sustainable Development. You will have 25 minutes for your presentation, so please be mindful with the time. And then we will have Professor Sasiwimon Warunsiri Pawinawat from the Faculty of Economics at the Thammasat University to provide the discussion for Dr. Seng's presentation. Please, the time and floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arif, chair of the paper discussion. So now I think because my internet is not stable, so let me turn off the video. Okay, so now let me start my presentation. I hope everyone can hear me clearly. My topic is about the consequences of participatory democracy for sustainable development. And my presentation will cover, we'll focus on these 5 points, starting with the introduction, literature review, methodology, result, and in with the conclusion. The notion of participatory democracy, it is a political application ensuring that citizens have an opportunity to directly participate in all political processes, or otherwise they have a chance to get involved in policy decisions at national level or subnational level that affect their life. And based on the capability and right-based approach, the participatory democracy is central to an improvement in people economic ability and right to enjoy what they would do and what they would be. And in the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030, the goal 10 focus on reducing income inequality, and goal 16 focus on promoting the peace, the justice, and a strong institution. And in the Asia-Pacific region, the average progress of the achieving sustainable development has been met 4.4% of the target in 2017 to 14.4% of the target in 2022. And related to goal 10, however, it's made a little bit progress in 2016 according to the Sustainable Development Report in 2023. And for goal 16, there is a problem because the data is not clear because of the unavailability of data. So the report on the Sustainable Development Progress in Asia Pacific is not clear enough. That is why I think this goal needs more data. And based on the report, Asia Pacific will fail to reach 90% of the 118 measurable sustainable development goal by 2030, unless the region make utmost effort. Otherwise, we cannot achieve the target. And related to the empirical study on the assessment of the effect of democracy on economic development, in particular on the economic inequality and equal justice, remain a question. So this study, address these 2 questions. The first is, does democracy contribute to reduce income inequality? And the second question is, what are the potential mechanisms through which participatory democracy has a role to play in helping achieve the Sustainable Development Goal? That is the goal 10 and goal 16 in this study. So the objective is simple, is just to quantify the effect of participatory democracy on income inequality and the legal justice. So to do so, the empirical model is used to evaluate the effect with gross country panel data of 119 countries over the period of 1982 to 2022. And these data are from World Development Indicator, World Justice Project, Quality of Government Institute, and from the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance. In addition, a comparative study is also conducted with a particular focus on Indonesia and Philippines, because this country is located in Asia Pacific country. And to conduct this comparative case study, the synthetic control method is used within the period 1975 to 2024. And this study make 3 contributions. The first is it try to evaluate the effect of democracy on the achievement of goal 10 and goal 16 or the sustainable development. And the second contribution is the analysis describe the effect of democracy by country income level. And the third contribution is a particular case study of in the Asia Pacific country with a main focus on Indonesia and Philippines. And general results suggest that countries with a high level of participatory democracy are likely to enjoy lower level of income inequality and higher level of civil and criminal justice. And because the democracy is found in this study, to contribute to reduce corruption in the public sector. And for the result of the case study show that democratization has reduced corruption and increased social equality in Indonesia and Philippines. So now let me talk a little bit about the literature. The literature on the matter of democracy for economic development can be categorized into 3 main views. And the first view is optimistic view. It's argued that democracy is likely to promote economic growth, increase income per capita, and also likely to reduce income inequality, because democracy promotes investment, increase schooling, induce economic reform, improve the provision of public goods, and reduce social unrest, and so on. And for the second viewpoint, that is the pessimistic view, argue that democracy is unlikely to be favorable for economic growth and development. Even worse, it is likely to worsen economic disparity, because in the democracy, the majority is the government focus on the majority, to win the election. That is why the majority of people in society may, get more benefit from the government policy. That is why it may, cause the widening economic disparity in society. And the other group of literature, found no effect of democracy on economic growth and development. Now let me move to the empirical methodology used in this study to evaluate the effect. Based on existing study to evaluate the effect of participatory democracy on income inequality and legal justice, a dynamic empirical model is used with the specification in this equation. And in equation 1, INE is, income inequality level for country I in the period T, with its lag value being included in the equation to capture the persistence of inequality and potential mean reverting dynamic. And DEM IT represent, the lag value of participatory democracy, which better capture the effect, the causal effect of the participatory democracy. T minus 1 and lambda are a vector of lag controlling variable and their corresponding estimator respectively. UT, gamma, and sigma denote time effect and time country specific effect and the error term respectively. And now let me move to the estimation method, to address endogeneity of the participatory democracy due to the country-specific or unobserved panel data and the causal, the reverse causal effect. Equation 1 is estimated by using the system generalized method of moment proposed by Relano and Bond. And the system, combine the system GMM combine equation 1 with the equation 2 below, which is the first difference of equation 1 to eliminate the country specific or unobserved panel level effect. And then to confirm the assumption or the estimation, a Relano Bond auto-regression test is conducted together with our identification test to confirm that the specification or model is proper in this case. So now, before moving to the result of econometric, let me present you a little bit, about the correlation between the outcome variable and the variable of interest. So here, panel A present the correlation between, Gini coefficient and participatory democracy index. And here, the higher the coefficient is, the higher level of inequality in society or in economy. And also for the participatory democracy index, the higher index show that the participatory democracy level is higher. So the panel A, suggests that Gini coefficient has a negative correlation with the participatory democracy index. This simple correlation check suggests that any country characterized by high level of participatory democracy is likely to enjoy lower income inequality. And for panel B, present the correlation between civil justice and participatory democracy. So remember that the higher the index of the civil justice suggests that the level of access to civil justice in that country is better. So the positive correlation depicted by panel B suggests that any country characterized by high level of participatory democracy is likely to enjoy higher civil justice. And now let me move to another, correlation. That is the correlation between criminal justice and participatory democracy. And here, consistent with, the correlation between civil justice and participatory democracy, any country characterized by the high level of participatory democracy is likely to enjoy higher level of criminal justice aspect. And now for panel D, it's present the correlation between absence of corruption index and participatory democracy. And here, the absence of corruption index suggests that the higher index is, the lower corruption level is. So this positive correlation suggests that any country characterized by participatory democracy, by high level of participatory democracy, is likely to enjoy lower level of corruption. So now let me move to the econometric result. And here it is table 1 present the system GMM result of the effect of participatory democracy on income inequality by country income level. Actually, I have also the overall result of the effect on income inequality without controlling for the country income level. And the overall result suggests that the participatory democracy is likely to reduce income inequality. And those results is also, can be found in the appendix of this study, because I have a lot of table. That is why I cut it to the appendix. And for this table, to examine the effect of participatory democracy by country income level, that means for low income, low middle income, upper middle income, and high income group country are created and included in the regression as regressors together with their interaction with participatory democracy index. So in this way, the total effect of participatory democracy in each group can be obtained by the sum of the coefficient of democracy and its interaction term with each group. So if you look at the bottom of the table, we can find that the participatory democracy in low-income economy is likely to contribute to reducing income inequality, and this result is consistent with other result, in the low income, low middle income, upper middle, and high income. However, if we look at the magnitude of the effect, we can see that the effect of the participatory democracy in low income economy is likely larger compared with the rest. And now let me move to the result of the GMM evaluating the effect on civil justice by country income level. The estimation is done with the same way as the estimation of the result reported in table 1. So looking at the bottom of table 2, the total effect of the total effect of participatory democracy are captured by the total total positive coefficient. And in this case, participatory democracy is likely to promote the civil justice in all country groups. However, the effect is very likely larger in high income economy. And so now let me move to table 3 that present the result of the effect on criminal justice. And in the same way, to estimate this effect, if we look at the bottom of table 3, the result of total effect suggests that the participatory democracy is likely to promote criminal justice in all country groups as well, and also consistent with the result of the effect on the civil justice. The effect of participatory democracy is likely larger in the high income economy. So, when we study or we analyze the effect of democracy on economic development, I think it is very interesting, to know to examine its mechanisms through which it affects the economic outcome, economic development outcome. Here, based on literature, in particular the literature on the related to the government effectiveness, the absence of corruption is used as an outcome variable to capture the potential mechanism. And if we look at this panel that present the correlation between Gini coefficient and the absence of country index, we can this negative correlation can tell us that any country characterized by the high level of the absence of corruption tend to enjoy the lower income inequality. So now let me move to the result, the GMM result of the effect on the corruption by country income level. The estimation is done in the same way as the estimation of the effect on the income inequality and justice. And here, if we look at the bottom of this table, we can see that the participatory democracy is likely to promote the absence of corruption. That is it. In other words, the participatory democracy is likely to reduce the corruption in all groups country. However, the effect is likely to be larger in low-income economy because it's evident by the total effect captured by the coefficient, the total coefficient 0.16 compared with the other coefficient in this line. And now let me move to the case study in Asia Pacific region. And the objective of this comparative case study is to check result robustness. And with a particular focus on the country that experience political transition. And here, Indonesia and Philippines are good comparative case study in the Asia Pacific region because of this country experienced political transition from one regime to democracy in 1999 for Indonesia and in 1987 for the Philippines. So the question here is that after political transition, how this country got improved in terms of income inequality reduction and in terms of promoting justice. So here, because of the lack of the missing observation, I use two outcome variables. First is the absence of corruption, and the second outcome variable is the social equality. And to do so, this study used the synthetic control method proposed by ADBI, with the panel data of 26 Asia Pacific countries over the period of 1975-2021. And then, with this method, we can compute the treatment effect or democratization on the outcome variable that I have just mentioned, the corruption and social equality. And so for Indonesia, we can divide the period into two periods, the pre-democratization period, that is from 1975 to 1998, and 1999 is the transitional year. And also the Philippines divide into two periods, the pre-democratization and the post-democratization. And for the synthetic control method is to estimate the effect of the treatment or interest by comparing the evolution of an outcome variable for a unit affected by the treatment to the evolution of the same outcome variable for a synthetic control group. Here, let's assume that for each unit J, it means that all countries in the sample and GLT, YJTN is potential outcome in the absence of democratization. And for the democratized unit, it means J equal 1 in our case, it is the Indonesia and Philippines. And post-democratization GLT after the transitional year T0, Y1 TD is potential outcome with democratization. So the effect of democratization for the democratized unit in year T after the year T0, that is the transitional year, the treatment effect can be computed or estimated by this equation. And so the challenge for the synthetic control method is to estimate, the counterfactual outcome. That is how the income evolved for the democratized unit in the absence of democratization. Okay, so now let me move to the result.
Please wrap up in a minute.
Okay, so based on this result, we can conclude that the effect of democratization in the case of Indonesia is positive in terms of reducing corruption, and also in terms of promoting the social equality. Democratization is likely to promote the social equality in Indonesia after democratization period. And in the case of Philippines, the dynamic effect is very similar to the effect in the Indonesia case. And here, the positive, the effect of democratization on absence of corruption is positive. I mean that after democratization, the Philippines perform much better in terms of reducing corruption. And for the effect, dynamic effect on social equality, these results suggest that democratization is likely to promote the social equality in the case of Philippines as well. So let me conclude the study. The results show that countries characterized by high level of participatory democracy are likely to enjoy lower income inequality and higher level of legal justice. And controlling for country income level, the results are still robust. And the inequality reducing and legal justice promoting effect of the participatory democracy are likely to be through reducing corruption in the public sector. And related to sustainable development goal, is finding indicate that participatory democracy help achieve goal 10 and goal 16 through reducing income inequality and promoted justice. And in the context of Asia Pacific, democratization reduce corruption in the public sector and promote social equality in Indonesia and Philippines after this country have been democratized. Thank you very much. That is all for my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Sang. Professor Pawinawan, please.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Okay.
Keep
first,
it in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Keep it in
Thank
10
you.
minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. First, I would like to thank ADBI, for inviting me to be a discussant of this interesting paper. I also want to congratulate Dr. Kinti Seng for his excellent work. I have just few comments, to help him to improve his paper. Let me start with summary of this paper. The objective of this paper is to study the effects of participatory democracy on income inequality, legal justice, and corruption. The main contribution of this paper is to address the role of participatory democracy in achieving the SDG goal number 10, which is reducing income inequality, and number 16, which is improve the legal justice. And he also investigate the effects by the country income levels. He construct the panel data from almost 120 countries over 40 years and apply the system GMM to address the endogeneity of democracy. The result of this paper is very interesting. Regardless of income levels, countries with the higher level of participatory democracy will have a lower level of income inequality and have a higher level of legal justice, as well as a higher level of corruption absence. Let me start my first comment on the literature review. I think the paper should provide more extensive literature on the effects of participatory democracy on income inequality, because at this stage, the study focused just only on the effects of democracy on economic growth. Furthermore, the paper should also explain the mechanism behind the effects of democracy on income inequality. And also, the paper should discuss the previous study, define the strengths, the weaknesses, and the research gap from the previous study. Also, the paper should emphasize on the main contribution of the study, which might be the method of estimation, the data coverage, or the 3 outcome variables that the author include in the paper. Furthermore, the paper should provide literature on the effects of participatory democracy on legal justice and also on the corruption. My second comment is based on the econometric specifications. At the current state, the paper mentioned that the model is built based on the previous study. I think the paper should provide more justification of use these specifications and provide more explanations on the endogeneity of participatory democracy. And the paper should discuss why use 1 lakh for all explanatory variables. And 1 lakh in this paper means 5 years average lakhs. Why the paper need 2 lakh for 5 years? Furthermore, the paper used system GMM in the estimation to control for unobserved heterogeneity and to alleviate endogeneity. And as we all know, GMM system estimator composed of 2 main equations into 1 single system, right? So when you do the first differentiate equation, it means like instead of lakh for 5 year average lakh, right? You lakh for 10 years average lakh. So I think the author should provide more justification why he have to use like 10 years lakh or 5 years lakh. Also, the paper should report AR2 test and Hansen J test to check if the system GMM estimated is valid. Furthermore, in the part of interaction term specification, it creates more complication. So the paper must be carefully addressed and provide more clarifications of the specifications. My third comment is about variable and data. And I think in the robustness check, maybe try another indicator to measure income inequality. Also, in the controlling variable, to take into account the democratic effects on income inequality. For example, to bring ideology to the estimation, maybe proxy by country's dominant religion. Based on the study by Menovic and Ying 2001, in the Christian society, increasing democracy might lower income inequality because of weak family ties. But if we apply this to the Muslim society, because they rely on the informal transfer, the result might be insignificant. Furthermore, may consider the other indexes, for example, like civil liberty, political right index, or bring the index regarding the women in politics. Furthermore, I think the paper should provide more discussions on the estimation part of legal justice and corruption absent. In the main result part, the main finding indicate that participatory democracy is likely to reduce income inequality in both short run and long run, and the magnitude in the short run and long run is quite different. So I think the author should provide more interpretation of the magnitude, and provide intuitions behind the main finding in the short run, in the long run. Also, the paper mentioned that the results are consistent with Acemoglu and Robinson 2012, but I think, in addition to this study, are there any related study that show consistent results or contradicting results? Furthermore, when we look at the results of controlling variables, the majority are not statistically significant, so the author should provide more discussions on the result of controlling variables. Furthermore, when we look at the income level, I think the paper should improve the discussions of the estimated result, provide more explanation. For example, in the page 13, instead of having the null hypothesis, the content in the paper should include only the estimated results, the interpretations of the coefficients, and confirm the main finding by the previous study. And also provide an intuition behind the main findings. This comment also apply to the part of legal justice and the corruption accent as well. My final comment is in the conclusion part. I think the author should provide a discussions of the study limitation, acknowledge the potential anomalies and discrepancy in the study, provide specific policy recommendations based on the main finding. And finally, I think to complete the paper, the author should suggest the area for future academic exploration. That's all for my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor, for keeping the time. We have at least 5 minutes for the discussion. I don't see any question in the question and answer box, so I'll just give 5 minutes for Dr. Seng to respond to Professor Pawinawa's comments, which I think is very interesting and spot on.
First of all, thank you very much, Sasi, for very helpful comment. Yes, I liked this comment very much. And also taking this opportunity, I would like to thank you very much, Daniel, for giving me comment. Also, it's a very, very helpful comment. And just for actually, the data on income inequality is not full. Some countries, miss a lot of data. That is why, following Acemoglu, he divide, the year into period, and mostly 5-year period. That is why I just follow his study and divide into 5 year for one period, 5 year, 5 year. And one advantage of this create, the average 5 year is, to reduce, to address, the problem of missing data of income inequality. Yes. And also the justification of the lag value, this is my response to Sasi that provide very useful comment. And another one related to the explanation of the endogeneity problem. Just this not yet finalized. I will detail it and try to make it more clear in the final paper. Yes, I think maybe that's for my response to Sasi, because she give comment, mostly give comment. Yes, thank you.
Okay, we still have 2-3 minutes to go. if there is any more questions or reactions from the floor, please just raise your hand. I'll call up your name. Or okay, if not, then Professor Pawinawan, do you have anything to add? Dr. Seng, last word?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thanks very much then. Let us finish this part of the session and move on to the other paper on geopolitical risk and income inequality, the case of India. This paper is going to be presented by Associate Professor Minnie P. Thomas from the Department of Economics and Finance, Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani, Hyderabad campus. You have 25 minutes. Please be mindful of your time. And then the paper will then be discussed by Assistant Professor Naila Maya Sofia from the Department of Economics, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, National University of Singapore. Minnie, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to thank ADBI for giving me this opportunity to present our research work. So I hope my PowerPoint is visible and I'm audible. So the topic for our presentation today is geopolitical risk and income inequality, the case of India, co-authored with Dr. Sanjeev Vasudevan. So first of all, let me define what is the meaning of geopolitical risk. So it is defined as a threat realization and escalation of adverse events associated with war, terrorism, and any tension among the states. So if we take the case of geopolitical risk, it has a lot of repercussions across different economic variables. Like for instance, it hampers private investment, it adversely affects the stock markets, it causes a lot of unemployment within a country. It also increases the probability of economic disasters. So resulting from all of adverse events, there can be displacement and unemployment, which can increase the income inequality within a country. So the earlier two studies have been presented have been cross-country studies. So our study is focusing only on one country, which is India. So if you take the case of India, the income inequality scenario in India has been quite disturbing over the last few decades. So we have so if we look at the UNU wider World Income Inequality database, we see that India's Gini index has increased from 46.98 in 1960s to 46. So it slightly decreased in the 1970s, after which it has been increasing. And in 2000s, it has been 50.4, and in 2010s, in the previous decade, it has been 51.4. So India went forth with economic reforms in the early 1990s, which has benefited the economy immensely. But at the same time, in terms of many of the sustainable development indicators, India has lagged behind, even when the economic growth has happened. So in this study, we are focusing on goal 10 of the SDGs, which is reduced inequality. So one of the reasons why we choose India is because India is one of the countries witnessing the highest levels of income inequality globally, based on a study by Chancellor and Piketty in 2017. So now to just give a brief overview of the different kind of geopolitical risks India has faced over the past 6 decades. So India has had many border tussles with Pakistan, with China. Then there has been the Gulf War, the Goa liberation from Portuguese. Then India has also undertaken quite a few nuclear tests, resulting in international sanctions on the country. Then numerous terror attacks. and so on. Now, in this, we are going to look at not just the country-specific geopolitical risk on income inequality, we are also going to look at how international geopolitical events influence Indian economy, specifically income inequality. So in this globalization era, we know that no country is insulated from international geopolitical developments. So if we take of international geopolitical risk, it has spiked during the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis, the Gulf War. Then we had the terror attacks, 9/11, the Russia-Ukraine crisis in 2014, the Paris terror attacks, and recently we have again the Russia-Ukraine war and the Israel-Palestine war, all of which are having repercussions across the globe. So, study by Newgen in 2023 found that geopolitical risk hampers many of the UN SDGs, and especially decent work and economic growth and climate action. But they also found that countries with better institutional quality could mitigate this adverse influence on SDGs to a great extent. Another study has found that countries with higher degree of instability resulting from conflict and wars tend to suffer from more poverty. So just I'm just going to give a very brief review of literature. Now if we look at the case of geopolitical risk, it has been found to adversely affect economic outcomes as well as income distribution, and lower income countries have been found to be at the receiving end when it comes to geopolitical risk and the resulting income inequality. And if we take the case of a study by Wu in 2022, they found that geopolitical risks had a positive effect on income inequality of 19 emerging market economies. And another study by Sweden found that geopolitical risk has a direct positive effect and an indirect negative effect on income inequality. And a few other studies have also showcased the relationship between income inequality and terrorism. And it was found to be more pronounced in case of developing countries compared to developed countries. So these are, so there is both a direct as well as an indirect link between geopolitical income inequality. Now, first, to just give you, although our study focuses only on India, we'd like to first give a broad overview of the geopolitical risk and income inequality scenario in the Asia Pacific. So if you look at this graph, you'll see that Korea, the blue line shown, which is at the top, is that of South Korea. So South Korea, Japan, India, and Vietnam have been the 4 countries which have witnessed the highest amount of geopolitical risk between from 1990 to 2022. So if you take the case of South Korea, the geopolitical risk has spiked in 2017 at the time of the North Korean missile and nuclear tests. And if we take the case of Japan, also certain nuclear the plans relating to Fukushima, certain activities relating to that, all of them have resulted in the geopolitical risk spiking. So if we take the case of India, we see that India has also been witnessing high levels of geopolitical risk among all the other Asia Pacific countries. And the Vietnam and other political events, the geopolitical risk in Vietnam has also been exhibiting high levels. Uses a database on geopolitical risk, specifically given by Caldara and Yocca-Violo in 2022. So they constructed the geopolitical risk index, and it has 2 components, which is geopolitical risk threat as well as act. So even actual event does not materialize, but the threat is there, that is also included as part of the index. So this graph is basically showing you the international geopolitical risk since the 1990s. So we have seen that the threats, the geopolitical threats have also been quite significant during this period. So this index, just to give you an overview, the index includes things like war threats, peace threats, military buildups, nuclear threats, terrorists, terror activities, beginning of a war, escalation of a war, terror acts, etc. So all of these is included in this index, and we are looking at it specifically for India. Now, geopolitical risk and military expenditure is correlated. So if we look at the military expenditure of Asia Pacific countries from 1990 to 22, again, we see that India and South Korea have the highest share of military expenditure in their GDP to the extent of around 2.7%. And there are other countries also like Malaysia at 1.89% and Australia at 1.91%. If we look at the income inequality trend in Asia Pacific region, again, India is seen to be standing out. So this gray line is which is rising upwards, that case of India. So we see that from 1990 to 2020, the India's income inequality has been rising steadily. Another country in the Asia Pacific which has been witnessing increasing levels of inequality is Indonesia, which has also been exhibiting a rising trend, whereas countries like Philippines and Malaysia have been exhibiting a declining trend when it comes to income inequality. Income inequality data is available only till 2020. So that's why we are limiting our study only up to 2020. So hence the Russia-Ukraine war of 2022 and the Israel-Palestine war of 2023 has not been taken into account in the study. So now this particular diagram gives a scatter plot of the geopolitical risk and income inequality scenario in India. So we see that this figure is pointing towards a positive relationship between the two, which we will also examine in detail in the coming slides. So we undertake a time series econometric analysis to examine the relationship between geopolitical risk and income inequality. So we go forward with 4 empirical model specifications. So in the first model, we look at the impact of India's specific country risk or geopolitical risk on the Gini index. So Gini index is a measure of statistical dispersion, which basically throws light on the extent to which the income distribution in a country deviates from the scenario of perfect equality. So the value of the Gini index usually varies from 0 to 100, with 0 being a scenario wherein the income distribution in the country is having perfect equality, and perfect equality, and 100 being a situation of perfect inequality. We also use another measure of inequality, namely the Palmer ratio, as a robustness check to study the impact of geopolitical risk on income inequality. And then we also look at the role of international geopolitical risk on income inequality. So now if we look at the study period is from 1961 to 2020, and it is being chosen based on the limitations in data availability. We have carried out stationarity tests and also unit root test with structural break. And the long-run relationship and the short-run dynamics is estimated using the auto-regressive distributed lag bound testing approach to co-integration. We also carry out the standard regression diagnostic tests. So based on the Pesserence model put forth in 2001, this is the model which we have estimated to look at the impact of India-specific geopolitical risk on Gini index. And similarly, we have done the same for other 3 models as well. So endogenously, we have determined the break point to be 2000 based on the unit root test with structural break. And so we have also tried including a dummy variable for this break point and seeing whether the significant. So now coming to the data sources. So the Gini index and the PAMA ratio is taken from the UNU wider World Income Inequality database. The military expenditure to GDP ratio is taken from the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute data. The per capita GDP data and inflation data is taken from World Development Indicators. And the geopolitical risk data is taken from Caldara and Iacovello 2020. So they have constructed the historical geopolitical risk by counting the number of newspaper articles related to adverse geopolitical events. And as I mentioned, it just does not include just the actual event, but also associated threats and risks relating to the different countries as a percentage of the total number of news articles. So this is based on an automated text search from the electronic archives of 3 international newspapers, which is the New York Times, the Chicago Tribune, and the Washington Post. So this particular slide is telling you about the descriptive statistics before taking into account any transformation. So we see that the mean of the international geopolitical risk, which is GPRH, is about 3.13, whereas the country-specific geopolitical risk is only 0.23. For Gini index, the mean is about 48.54 for India. And the PAMA ratio, which is basically the ratio of the income held by the top 10% of the population in that country by the income held by the bottom 40% of the population of that country. So the mean for the PAMA ratio is coming out to be about 2.94, and then the GDP mean is 733. So the GDP is in US dollars. It is not GDP, it is the real per capita GDP, which is taken as a proxy for economic development. And then the military expenditure share in GDP is coming out to, the mean is coming out to be 3.05. Correlation matrix. So we see that as expected, the 2 inequality measures have a very high correlation with each other, whereas in case of the other variables, the correlation values are within tolerable limits. So now we go ahead with the stationarity test. So we see that so we undertake the traditional stationarity test of augmented Dickey-Fuller and KPSS test. So ADF test, the null hypothesis is presence of unit root, whereas KPSS test, the null hypothesis is absence of unit root, or that data series is stationary. So based on this, we see that the all the variables are a mix of I1 and I0, and hence we go for testing approach to ARDL model. We also undertake, since we are dealing with time series data, we also undertake a parent unit root test with endogenous structural break. And based on the results given in the for the parent unit root test, again, we can see that all the variables. So for instance, if we take the case of Gini index and PAMA ratio, they are set to, at level, it is said to be weakly stationary. Whereas all of the variables are becoming stationary in first difference. So irrespective of the presence of structural break, we know that all of these variables are either I1 or I0, and hence we go forward with the ARDL model. So the parent unit root test had indicated that for the Gini index, the structural break is for the year 2000. So now coming to the results. So the long run coefficients based on the ARDL model indicate that for India, there is a positive relationship between geopolitical risk and the Gini index. So higher is the geopolitical risk, higher is the income inequality, and it is found to be positive and statistically significant. And the military expenditure share in GDP is found to be negative and statistically significant when it comes to its impact on income inequality. And when we look at the F statistics, we see that there is presence of co-integration between all the four variables, between all the four co-integrating variables and the dependent variable. The error correction term is also found to be statistically significant and negative. We get results even when we take the case of the PAMA ratio as a robustness test. So we see again that the geopolitical risk is found to have a positive impact on income inequality. And if we take the case of inflation and GDP, again, the values are based on expected signs, but the probability is insignificant. Now, even in this case also, we see that based on the F statistics, there is presence of co-integration between all the variables involved. Now, if we look at the impact of international geopolitical risk on India's Gini index, we see that there is an absence of co-integration based on the F-bounds test put forth by Pesserin. And in fact, it is seen that the international geopolitical risk, if we look at the short-run dynamics, we see that the international geopolitical risk has a positive impact on income inequality with a lag of 2 years or 3 years. Now, even when it comes to using the PAMA ratio as robustness check, again, we find a similar scenario with respect to international geopolitical risk and income inequality. There is an absence of a long-run equilibrium relationship. And we see that in case of short-run dynamics, there is a positive impact between positive impact of international geopolitical risk on income inequality with 2 and 3 year lags. So when we looked at when we included a dummy variable to capture the structural break for the year 2000, we found it to be statistically insignificant, although the endogenous break suggested by the parent test indicated the same. But like there is also so now coming to the major findings. So we find that there's a long-run equilibrium relationship between India's income inequality, geopolitical risk, military expenditure share in GDP, inflation rate, and real per capita income growth rate. And this was found to hold both for Gini index and for PAMA ratio. Similarly, we see the case of international geopolitical risk. There is an absence of co-integration, and it is again found to hold for both Gini index and PAMA ratio. And if we look at the military expenditure share in GDP, it is seen that higher is the military expenditure, lower is the income inequality. So, and it's found to be significant. So this is, when we compare it with earlier studies, we see that earlier studies with respect to USA has also found the same. So probable explanation for this is that usually military expenditure is often undertaken to boost the economy and propel aggregate demand. And we also know the importance of having a safe border to do business and to have a stable economic environment for undertaking foreign investment, private investment, technology transfer, etc. So that, and other studies have also found military expenditure to have a positive impact on economic growth. So that could possibly explain the negative relationship between military expenditure, and income inequality. And in case of inflation, we see that higher is the inflation, higher is the income inequality, but the impact is found to be insignificant. And in case of economic development, as expected, it is seen that higher is the rate of economic development, lower is the income inequality. But here also we see there is an insignificant impact. Now, coming to the policy implications. So higher the so based on the study and the results, it indicates that higher is the geopolitical risk of a country. In this case, in India, higher is the income inequality. So therefore, the government, so very often citizens don't have much control over how the geopolitical events arise and how it runs its course. Therefore, government should take measure to ensure that the poorer sections of society don't become worse off as a result of such adverse geopolitical events. And social welfare schemes, safety nets for the poor and lower middle classes can shield them to a great extent from the economic cost of geopolitical risk. And financial incentives for boosting private investment by giving incentives to small SMEs, small and medium enterprises, women entrepreneurs, youth entrepreneurs, etc. During heights of periods of heightened geopolitical risk can help to boost private investments. And finally, international organizations such as UN and other organizations can play a crucial role in mitigating geopolitical risk through bringing about cooperation and policy coordination among the different countries involved. So this is just one of the regression diagnostic tests for the ARDL model, which is relating to Kusum square. So we see that the Kusum square diagnostics is falling within the bounds in case of all the four models which have been undertaken. So in case of one of the models wherein the Kusum test was going out of the bounds, when we included the dummy variable for the structural break, it was brought back into the bounds. So yeah, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Thomas. And let me just pass the floor to Professor Naila Sophia from the National University of Singapore to give a 10 minutes discussion. Please, the floor is yours, Naila.
Okay, thanks so much for inviting me to this very interesting events. I'm just gonna go to the. Okay. Okay, thanks again for inviting me. Today I will be sharing my comments to this terrific paper by Professor Minnie Thomas and Professor Sanjeev Vasudevan. Okay, so this is how I'm going to structure my presentation. First, I'm going to go to the summary of the paper. And then I'm going to start to discuss some of the comments on the room of improvements that the paper might do. And I'm going to have some epilogue. Okay, so let's start about the paper. So the paper tried to understand the relationship between geopolitical risk, and they define geopolitical risk as the threat, realization, and escalation of adverse events associated with wars, terrorism, and any tensions among states and political actors that affects peaceful course of international relations. So basically, they use these two main variables, and the way in which they measure inequality is using either Gini index, the index of inequality that probably is very familiar with all of us. And the second measure that they're using for robustness is a Palma ratio. In terms of geopolitical risks, the way in which they measure this variable is basically taking the methods and the data from Caldara and Iacoviello a paper published in AR 2020. And the way in which this index is measured is basically counting the number of newspaper articles related to adverse geopolitical events and associated risk, which appear in three main news outlets, which is New York Times, Chicago Tribunes, and the Washington Post. And then in terms of methods, they opt for time series analysis with IRDL model, using IRDL bound testing approach to IRDL co-integration. And basically, these are, I just copy paste the model that they presented in the paper. We can see that, so they include a lot of other controls as well. So GPR here is the variable of interest that we're interested in. The share of military expenditure in the government budget, inflation, and also the growth of per capita GDP in the model, which is quite rich in terms of model. In terms of results, so the main two results that the paper presented is first, they find a long-run equilibrium relations between income inequality in India and India-specific geopolitical risks. And after controlling all of other variables as well, but they don't find the co-integration between inequality in India and the international geopolitical risks. Another result that I think is interesting and is also highlighted in the paper is the negative correlation between income inequality and military expenditure, which is very interesting to me. And then they find no significant correlations between income inequality and other economic measures such as inflation and per capita income. So my view about the paper is, first of all, I think this is a interesting angle to look at the determinant of inequality. So the vast literature on the determinant of inequality typically focuses only on economic factors such as GDP growth or inflation or international trade, employment, and so on and so forth. I think by focusing on these geopolitical risks, this paper contributes to the debates on inequality, but from a very different angle. And this fill in the gap in the literature and has not been done by many studies before. The second things that I want to notice, I want to note from the work is that the data sources are excellent and robust, and this gives us a lot of confidence in terms of quality of measurements of the variables. So in terms of my comments, I'm gonna have like 3 groups of comments. The first one is more like a marginal comments, which is like just a quick fix if you want to the paper. And the other ones are more fundamental or gonna probably change the structure of the paper. But yeah, it's just a suggestion. So if you think it's useful, you can take it. Otherwise, just like ignore it. So my first comment is that I noticed that the data that is used to measure the geopolitical risk is taken from 3 US-based news outlets. I was wondering if we can use a better sources such as local sources in India, because I would think that news coverage are usually very biased, and it is influenced a lot by geopolitical tension. So what I mean is like what is important in the US might not be important or relevant in India. So I was wondering if we can use the same methods by using a local sources of news, Indian news outlet instead. The second quick comments that I have on the model is basically when you look at this data here, it is pretty rich. You put a lot of variables in there, but I just thought that you missed out a couple of very important variables of economic variables such as unemployment. And I think with India's demographic characteristics, high employment could lead to social unrest, and social unrest could very easily leads to higher geopolitical risk. So my next comment is mostly about the identification strategy. I noticed that the current strategy mostly focus on correlational analysis. I think in order to make a higher impact, the study should establish a more causal relationship because we might very well aware that inequality and geopolitical risk might be endogenous from each other. So the relationship could go from the risk to inequality or inequality to risk or in both directions. So I think we need to, in order to make a stronger arguments, we need to establish an analysis which shows haphazard variations of geopolitical risk to get the causal effect of geopolitical risk on inequality. So just like some stuff that come into my mind when I type out this comment, some of the instrument that the author might use is probably instrument that's related to weather events like droughts or level of precipitations. As we can see that extreme weather events in some papers has been found to create social unrest, and this could lead to conflicts and increased geopolitical risks. We can also look at the existence of some valuable resource to mine, like a gold mine or oil mine, which I believe in India, they're going to be like scattered around the region. And we can use that as an instrument for geopolitical risk, because usually when you have resources in one area, there are a lot of parties who want to get captured their resources, and then that increase political risk. Another short comment is about the mechanism. I thought that currently the suggested mechanism is not very clear. It's not very clear to me whether is it about geopolitical risk lead to slower economic growth, or whether it leads to lower investment due to high risk environment. I think there are like more things to be done on that. And there is also implied suggestion about military expenditure. I think we need to see more evidence on this claim, like showing how does military expenditure could reduce inequality. Is it through economic growth or higher investment, and so on and so forth. So yeah, I think it's very interesting paper, and thank you very much for sharing the work with me.
Thank you very much, Naila. Before I pass the floor back on Professor Thomas, there are two questions that is directly relevant to your presentation. One is coming from an anonymous attendee asking for the measures that the Indian government is supposed to take in order to reduce income disparity. And a second question from the floor that has relevance to your presentation as well is about how can the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa collaborate to mitigate geopolitical risks and promote more equitable development in their respective countries and the global stage. You can just focus on India and that, and then now I'll pass on the floor back to you to address comments from Naila as well as the two questions coming from the floor. We have about 8 minutes, so please utilize your time appropriately. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Naila, for valuable comments. It's well taken, and we'll work on that. So I would just like to respond to a few of the comments. So the database we have taken, as you rightly pointed out, all those are basically US newspapers. So therefore, the probability of them covering India-specific events is less. But right now, we don't have any comparable sources from India which could measure geopolitical risk. And this paper by Ayako and Caldari in the American Economic Review is currently being used extensively to measure geopolitical risk. both within countries and also internationally. So hence we have adopted that source. And it is true that there are various other determinants of income inequality, and we have just restricted only to military expenditure, inflation, and economic development. But we are also restricted in terms of the number of time series observations and the degrees of freedom, because of which, if we include a lot more variables, those other time series issues can crop up. But there are, with respect to the nature of relationship between geopolitical risk and income inequality, whether there is a unidirectional or bidirectional relationship, we will definitely take that into account and implement various time series causality tests to find out the nature of relationship between the two. And I mean, since India is not a country which is very much natural resource intensive, so I'm not sure the extent to which it would be applicable to use, mining resources as a instrumental variable. But with respect to all the comments, it is very much relevant for our study, and we are grateful for your comments. With respect to the other two questions from the audience, so Indian government has been taking a lot of measures in terms of employment generation schemes, various kind of poverty alleviation schemes, etc., with respect to with the aim of alleviating income inequality. But we see that all that has not been really reaching its aim, because India's income inequality has been continuing to rise since the last 6 decades, and we are kind of an outlier, especially in the Asia Pacific region, when it comes to rising inequality. So more policy measures, targeted policy measures specifically for the poorer sections of society, and to ensure that people are not falling behind in the income ladder, needs to be taken into account. And more of safety nets also needs to be put in place. Now, with respect to BRICS countries, so there has been a study which has looked at geopolitical risk in the BRICS countries, and it has found that among the BRICS countries, India is comparatively the most resilient in terms of geopolitical risk. But we know that with the Russia-Ukraine war, US-China trade tensions, etc., the importance of BRICS as a regional grouping is becoming even more important. And if there can be more collaboration, as rightly mentioned, to resolving the geopolitical risks by all the BRICS countries coming together, that would be beneficial even with regard to attainment of various UN SDGs. Yeah. Any other questions?
Excellent. Thank you very much, Professor Thomas. To keep the time, I think I don't see additional question, but to keep the time, I think we can go ahead and let the other questions be resolved in writing. Next paper presentation, I'd like to call Mikel Di Maio, Professor of Economics at the Department of Economics and Law, Faculty of Economics, Sapienza, University of Rome. His presentation is called Far Away, So Close, the Impact of the Russia-Ukraine War on Other Countries. This presentation is going to be 25 minutes, so please be mindful of your time, and then followed by a discussion from Assistant Professor Fei Cheng Wang of the Faculty of Economics and Business at the University of Groningen. I pass the floor to you, Mikel.
Hi, can you hear me?
Please. Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay. So thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you all for being here for this last presentation. I'm very happy to have this opportunity. This is really the first time that we present this paper, and in fact, I've already apologized to my discussant because our results are still in progress, so they will be a bit different from what they were before. And so any comment and suggestion is most welcome, because we are really still working on the basics of the paper. So as I said, this is a joint paper with Patricia Giustino from UNOWIDER, Valerio Leone Scevolazzo is also in the audience today, and Cecilia Nardi, again from Sapienza University. So the idea of this paper is to try to learn a bit more about the possible impact of the Ukraine war that started in 2022. And in particular, we were trying to understand a bit more whether or not the war was having an impact on other countries. So the concern was arising from the fact that, as we know, Ukraine and Russia are among the most important provider of wheat and maize. About 30% of the first and 20% of the second are produced in Ukraine and Russia. And so there was an increasing concern, especially during the first phase of the war, that the conflict would have led to an increase in prices. And in fact, we see this increase in prices very, very significant for both of them. As you can see from this graph, this is the plot of the evolution of the prices since before the conflict. So as you can see here, there is the COVID pandemic, and this is the beginning of the conflict. As you can see, we plot here 3 important crops. So it's maize, the blue one, rice, and wheat. As you can see, there is an very steep increase in the price of maize and wheat, while the price of rice does not change. This suggests that there is something different related to these 2 crops and very likely connected with the evolution of the conflict. And this is also in particular more evident if we just look at the conflict period. As you can see, while rice remaining constant or even decreasing along this period, the 2 other crops have a significant increase in prices, suggesting that there may be a problem in terms of possible effects of the conflict on other countries. So essentially, there was a large agreement that this would be a problem for a lot of developing countries. And so everyone was expecting very large negative effect of war. And we had a lot of studies on developed countries documenting these negative effects, or at least partially negative effects, while there is still, after more than 1 year of conflict, lack of rigorous evidence on the effects of the conflict on developing countries, which is exactly what we try to do in this paper. So let's begin from the expectation. So essentially, the expectation was that because of the dependence of several developing countries from the production of maize and wheat in Ukraine and Russia, we were expecting a lot of increase in prices and negative events as a consequences. Consider that, for instance, in the Africa context, up to 24% of salt consumption is essentially in crops and agricultural products. And also the fact that in Asia and Latin America, we were also expecting similar effects because of the fact that there is a lot of food requirements in this country, which are not always domestically produced completely. And this is true, as I said, in Africa, in Asia, and Latin America. And in particular, we know that Africa and Asia are large importers of wheat and maize. These are the data from the FAO. As you can see, mostly wheat is imported in Asia and the same for Africa, and maize is not different from this. So what we can say is that this is definitely an important possible mechanism that will affect the situation in these countries. And essentially, this is related to the changes in price due to the conflict. So our starting point was to try to essentially test whether or not these concerns are verified in the data. So this is an excerpt from the World Food Programme document for Africa. It says that the conflict will likely double the amount of food insecure people in Africa, through the change in prices, as you can see, of wheat and maize, and also impacting the growth and all the recovery activity. And the same for Asia. This is a FAO document which says that food insecurity in Asia has become prominent recently because of the Russian-Ukraine war and the resulting food crisis. This is because Ukraine and Russia play a significant role in the global and regional food supply chains, further affecting low and middle income countries, especially in South and Western Asia. So essentially, our attempt is to test this prediction, because these were documents which were developed soon after the beginning of the war, but essentially with no evidence on the real effects of the conflict in these countries. So what we want to try to do in this paper is document rigorously the impact of the Ukrainian war and induced price changes on political violence in low and middle income countries. And to do so, we essentially focus on low and middle income countries during various phases of the war, using what we call a price shock exposure measure, obtained combining war-induced price changes in wheat and maize over time, and an important characteristic of the data that we are using is crop suitability. I will tell you a bit more in a second, a bit more about that. And so we combine these two sources of information to have a localized measure of price-induced change due to the conflict on local production. And what we expect, and somehow is already what we are getting, is that there is a large heterogeneity in the magnitude of this impact and also in the direction of the effect. So it's interesting to understand which is the expected effect on conflict due to these shocks. So very quickly, the literature we are referring to, essentially there are two main streams of literature. The first one is obviously the one which has studied the effect of the Ukrainian war. And as I said, there have been studies that have looked essentially to the effect on developed economies. So we have studies that have looked at the energy prices in the European Union and also on the effect on migration and labor force. But we also have some few studies at the global level, in particular focusing on the impact on trade and supply chain effects. There are few studies in the context of Asia which have documented the impact on energy prices, but only in India, Japan, and Korea. So this is a first set of studies to which we contribute, providing the first attempt to estimate the impact of the conflict on developing countries and in particular on Asian countries. The second strand of literature to which we refer to is a more related to the conflict literature, and in particular on the effects of economic shocks on internal conflict. So essentially the vast literature which has tried to determine the determinants of internal conflicts. And here we have important studies, the recent ones, which have documented the effect of changes in world prices at the level of crops and at the level of fertilizer. And this is the first one in particular, Midway and Burke, is one important paper for us because it documents that a positive shock to prices actually increases conflict in areas where these crops are produced. This is an important finding because it documents the existence of the so-called rapacity effects as a determinant of conflict, which simply means that in areas where economic activity becomes stronger, so there are more opportunity to be reaped by the population, this leads to conflict instead of reducing that. So instead of having a cost opportunity mechanism which reduces conflict where economic activity increases, you have a situation in which the higher the economic activity paradoxically increases conflict intensity to appropriate the resources that are become more valuable. So our paper works in this direction, and other works that have documented similar pattern are also the one by Berman, looking at the effect of discovering new mines, or a paper of Amodie Kotos, among one, it's me, on the effect of trade openness on conflict. So essentially, we are building on this previous literature in the conflict analysis, and we apply this methodology to the conflict in Ukraine and Russia, and we try to assess how this impacts Asian countries around in different situations. So our empirical strategy is the following. So we are going to regress the number of value events at the cell level for month M in ERT, and we are going to control for cell level fixed effect, month country fixed effect, and year country fixed effect for the effect of this variable called the price shock exposure, which is constructed in the following way. This is the most important part of the paper, I would say. So essentially, we are considering the average price change in the last 3 months for the specific crop, in this case, wheat and maize, and we are multiplying this by the suitability of the specific cell in producing each of these crops. Suitability is a measure developed by FAO, which provides essentially the potential output that can be produced in its cell at the world level for each specific crop. So essentially, we know for each cell how much wheat and maize that cell can potentially produce. And so essentially combining the price change induced by the war and the suitability, we are measuring how much each cell is exposed to this shock due to the conflict. Our analysis essentially tries to assess this impact worldwide. Still, we have to restrict somehow the sample of countries. We can't use the total sample of the world because the cell would be too much to be considered. So as a preliminary selection, we consider all the countries between the tropics and all the countries for which it's available information on the price of maize and wheat at the country level. So we end up with 42 countries, and the one in bolts here are those that are in India, so will be in our sample that I will show you also today. So to give you an idea of the suitability, this is a map that you can oh, there is no the legend, sorry. So the more green is the area, the more the cell is able to produce wheat and maize. So as you can see, there is high variability in the Asian area, where there is much less in other areas of the world. We are going to exploit exactly this heterogeneity in assessing whether or not in cells which are close one to the other, the effect of the price-induced change due to the war has a differential effect on conflict at the local level. To give you an idea of our measure, this is the table which reports all the events that we are considering in our main conflict variable constructed using ACLED data. The sub-events that we are using in our measure are protests, riots, and violence against civilians. Why do we select this? Because these are those events that more likely are capturing the idea of conflict related to the appropriation of the surplus that has been produced at the local level. ACLED also reports other measures of conflict events, which are battles, explosions, and strategic developments. We also have a robustness check using this other variable, and we will see that the results are very similar. Still, we stay with what we call the minor events because are more similar also to what McCuick and Burke use in their analysis of the effect of price changes in the context of Africa. The data sources that we are going to use, as I said, are the actual data set for the political violence events. So we have geolocalized information at the cell level for the whole period of analysis, which is before the conflict until 2023. And then we have this measure of crop suitability, which is provided by FAO at the 9 by 9 kilometers cell level data. And then we're going to use prices for wheat and maize at the global level and also the country level. What we are still working on is to combine, in addition to all this data, also information on economic activity. In this case, we're going to use the nightlights luminosity and characteristics at the cell level, such as urbanization, distance from the border, and other variables which are usually used in this type of analysis to control for the characteristics of the cell that we consider in the analysis. But for the moment, we are still working on this. So to be quick, the main results of our analysis. This is the first table that I want to show you today. This is the result for the full sample, so world, and the sample split by region. How do we read this result? So our main explanatory variable, as I told you, is the price shock variable, which essentially captures the differential effect of the price change at the cell level, depending on the suitability of the cell to produce wheat and maize. These are the fixed effects that we are going to use, so cell, month, country, and year country. And this is the effect that we find when we consider all the sample of country at the world level. This result is telling us that in cells which are more suitable to produce wheat and maize, an increase in price leads to an increase in conflict intensity. Essentially, this is telling us that in exactly those cells which are more likely to produce wheat and maize, we find a higher level of conflict intensity with respect to other cells which are less likely to be producing maize and wheat when the price of these two crops increases. And this is in line with the evidence produced by McGurk and Gurk and Amodio and others, which shows that when economic activity increases, so when opportunities are higher, essentially there is a rapacity effect which leads to an increase in conflict intensity, which is a fairly new and interesting results in the literature on conflict, which has been traditionally documenting the existence of the opposite mechanism, which is the opportunity cost mechanism. So as I said, this is the full sample that we can look at, which has more than 30 million observations, which is the number of cells that we can consider. What follows is the split by regions. And here, as you can see, we find an interesting pattern because this positive effect is confirmed in the case of South Asia, the column says, it's not present in the in sub-Saharan Africa or Latin America, and again is significant in East Asian Pacific and marginally significant in the case of MENA region. So this is telling us that there is a heterogeneity in these effects across regions in the world, and in fact for two of them this effect is not significant, so we don't see this increasing conflict intensity in areas which are more suitable to produce maize and wheat. The next step is to focus in the context of Asian countries, and here I'm already saying to Feng Chang that the results are a bit different from what I've seen before. So here is the sample of the countries that we consider in our analysis. So Afghanistan, Bangladesh, India, Indonesia, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Yemen. On Yemen, I mean, the point is that there is a discussion about whether or not it's to be considered in the Asian continent, but for our analysis, we include that anyway. As you can see, again, we find a lot of heterogeneity. So in the case of Afghanistan, we don't see this increase, differential increase in conflict intensity in areas which are more suitable to produce wheat and maize, while the positive effect is found in Bangladesh, India, Indonesia, and Pakistan, while with a very different size in the magnitude. I have to say that these coefficients are comparable because all of them are standardized, so the magnitude is comparable across the different countries. As you can see, while these four effects are all significant and positive, the magnitude is very, very different. So Bangladesh is very marginal in terms of magnitude, while Pakistan is very large. And we also have a negative effect in the case of Sri Lanka, which is interesting. And I have to admit that we are still working on trying to understand how we can understand this impact. In this case, what this result is telling us is that in area where there is more suitability, so it's more likely that this cell is producing that crop, an increase in price is leading to a reduction in conflict. This implies that in this case, the opportunity cost mechanism is prevailing. And so the interesting question that we have to try to answer in future is why in Sri Lanka the opportunity cost effect is prevailing against the rapacity one. And I have to say that for the moment, we don't have a clear answer yet, but we hope we are gonna find one convincing in the near future. The last step of our analysis at the moment is try to provide some heterogeneity analysis on the effect of the price shock in the Asian continent, looking at a dimension that may matter in explaining these effects. And in particular, the first one that we look at is whether or not this effect may be different depending on the income level of the country. So we split the sample between low per capita income countries and lower middle per capita income. As you can see from table 1, there is no different effect. So there is no difference in terms of this effect depending on the development level of the country. So there is something more going on. An intuition which goes in the direction that we were expecting comes from the analysis of the net exporter split. So sorry, the first one is net exporter, the second one is net importer, yes. And so as you can see, this significant positive effect is found for the net exporter, which is exactly what we expect, in the sense that countries which are net exporter are already producing this crop, and so there is already an activity in this direction that may become the target of violent actions to appropriate the surplus that has been increased exactly due to the increase in the price. So this mechanism of the rapacity effect is expected to be stronger in the area where you have exporting activity of that crop. And another evidence that suggests us that what we are finding is in line with our expectation is the result about high population density versus low population density. As you can see here, all the effect is concentrated in high population density countries. And again, this is in line with the idea of the attempt to appropriate this surplus, which maybe is concentrated in the few areas of the country. And the last result, which may appear very surprising, but is not, is the fact that all the effect seems to be concentrated in countries which are characterized by democratic government. So what I'm saying is that these results suggest that the decrease in violence driven by the increase in the price of wheat and maize due to the conflict only occurs in countries which are democratic. This is exactly the same result that I find in another paper of mine in which we study the effect of the trade liberalization on conflict intensity. And again, all the effect is concentrated in democratic countries. And this is not surprising because democratic countries are the only context in which protests, riots, and other demonstrations can take place. So you're gonna see these effects only in places where you can have the voice of the essentially consumers somehow also take the stage in the semi-violent or violent events, depending on how you wanna categorize them. This is obviously not possible in contexts like anocracy or autocracy. Sorry, there is a mistake here with the minus. This is obviously a plus. So anyway, this is essentially somehow a sanity check of our results. So I will be very surprised that the result will be concentrated in an autocracy or anocracy, while I'm okay with the fact that it's all in democracy setting, because this is in line with expectation that these events can take place only in places where you can have, again, I mean, demonstration or protest, violent or less violent. In any case, obviously this cannot be happening in autocracy states. So next step, which are a lot, as Finchang also knows. So first one is we are gonna try again to provide a complete story for all the results that we are getting. So the heterogeneity results need to be explained also for the other dimension that we can consider. But importantly, we also want to try to apply the same methodology to the economic activity. So we're gonna see whether or not there is an impact also in that other aspect that may explain again the effect on violence itself. And the other attempt that we are going to make is to use some survey data, which at the moment are not yet available because the horizon time is very short. But we hope that in the next month, the few months, some of these, at least for some countries, will be available. So we're going to validate our analysis also at the survey level data and not only at the, as I said, at the night lights or production level data. And we're also gonna have some robustness check, in particular on our dependent variables. So we're gonna use other data sets for conflict intensity. And we're gonna also refine a bit more the data on agricultural production. Finally, we believe that there are important heterogeneities that may also contribute in understanding better what's going on. And these are related to urban and rural areas differentiation and also on trade dependence. So we believe we can do a bit more than what we already done in terms of import and export. And so we are going to try to dig a bit more in that. And important, we're going to try to include the possibility that there are some substitution between the crops. So maybe some countries or area are also producing crops which can be used instead of maize and wheat. And so we may find there a differential effect due exactly to this possible alternative consumption by the consumers. I'm done, and I thank in advance everyone for being here and for any comments that we will make on our paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much for keeping the time, Professor Di Maio. Now, let me pass it to Professor Wong for a discussion. Please.
So thank you very much. Michele, if you could, yes, stop sharing, then I can share my screen. All right, so I'm now sharing my screen. Could you confirm whether you can hear me clearly and see my slides?
All good.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So good afternoon, everyone, and good morning to colleagues from Europe. Thank you very much for having me on the program. And it's a great pleasure to be in this interesting session. And yes, my name is Fei-Chun Wang from the University of Groningen in the Netherlands. And it's a great pleasure to read this interesting paper. I know that the authors are still working on the program, on the paper, on the project, but I'm already highly interested in the topic. So let me quickly summarize the paper first. Make sure that I understand the story. I'm sure that I might have misunderstood something. Yes. So this paper explores a very interesting and relevant question related to the Russian-Ukraine war. So basically, it's about the impacts of the Russian-Ukraine war on countries that are not directly involved in the war. So kind of like a spillover effects or third country effects. And the authors focus on two outcome variables: economic activities and the political conflicts. So the main idea or the main story of the paper is that the Russian-Ukraine war basically reduced export of crops, namely wheat and maize, because Russia and Ukraine are the main exporters for these two types of crops. And as a result, the world price of these two crops increased quite substantially, as shown by Michele. And this could have a positive or negative effects on economic activities of other countries, depending on whether countries are exporters or importers of these two crops. Yeah? And then there might be further effects on political conflicts in those countries related to different channels. So the methodology is quite straightforward. So the authors regress measures of economic activities and conflicts on a measure for price shock exposure, plus some control variables. I see that you updated your empirical methodology, including the dimensional amounts, which is really good because one of my comments was related to that. And the main findings is actually quite, I think makes a lot of sense. So the war overall, the war induced the price shock, overall increased the number of political conflicts based on the full sample, but actually the results are highly heterogeneous across different regions, across countries. For example, there was like a positive effects in like Bangladesh, India, Indonesia, Pakistan, but negative effects in Sri Lanka, and no significant effects for Afghanistan, for example. So I think this paper, as I mentioned in the beginning, is a very interesting, relevant topic because currently there are a lot of media discussions about the effects of the war. The cost of war on the two countries involved and also on other countries, yeah. But the understanding of the cost is still very limited, especially series like quantitative analysis is still very scarce I'm sure that this paper will make a great contribution to this area. This will allow us to understand the economic cost of the war much better. So I collected some comments when reading the paper and the slides, and now I'll quickly share with you. The first one is mainly about the channels or the methodology. So as I mentioned, the main idea is that the war basically affects the world crop price first, and then this will affect economic activities of other countries and also political violence. And the authors regress like political violence, economic activities on the price shock exposure. So what I feel when I read the draft is that the first link is kind of missing. So how the war affects the world crop price. It's kind of missing in the empirical analysis. Of course, you present a lot of descriptive figures in how the price for wheat and the maize, evolve across time. We see a huge increase after the outbreak of the war, which is very useful for our understanding. But your main explanatory variable, the price shock exposure, actually is defined as the price change over time times a suitability measure. Actually, this is a kind of a general measure, and this price shock exposure measure change is not necessarily related to the war, especially because your samples starts from 2015 until 2020. It covers the outbreak of the COVID. And in one of your figures, you show that actually prices also increased quite substantially after the outbreak of COVID. So what I'm worried is that actually this price shock exposure actually also measures price changes due to other events, such as COVID, not necessarily only due to the war. So this could, this could induce like measurement errors or like endogeneity issues, etc. So what I'm thinking is that could we think about some measures that is directly linked to the Russian-Ukraine war? For example, we could consider different type of shift share measure, like you multiply suitability at the sale or local level times imports from Russia and Ukraine. So basically, imports from Russia and Ukraine across time measures the direct effects of the war on imports of main crops, and then you create like a localized measure. By multiplying it with suitability. Or I'm also thinking about, this is just, I was just thinking aloud, probably it's not correct, but you could also think about like a definitive type analysis, right? Because countries are affected quite differently by the war, you could really contrast strongly affected countries or regions versus less affected countries and see the time dynamics before and after the war, something like that. The second one is about comments about variable measures and analytical sample, especially you focus on economic activities and political violence as the main outcome variable. But when I was thinking about the story, because the story actually is quite complex, we have different steps of the story, right? So the first step would be how the Russian-Ukraine war affects international trade in crops, and what is the effects on crop prices? Because as I mentioned, you have some descriptive figures, but perhaps it's also quite interesting to understand what is the effects on a trade in crops and the crop prices as a first step in empirical analysis. And also I feel that the motivation of the use of political violence as the outcome variable is relatively weak. I feel that, okay, there might be effects, but there's a long chain of transformation. It's not like a first order effects. I also have some minor comments, but maybe good to ignore them for now. And for an analytical sample, when I was reading your draft, you mentioned that you focus on 35 countries in the tropical area. I was quite confused because I see that Russia and Ukraine do not actually produce export tropical crops, and why do you focus on those areas? And in your presentation, I see that you already extend your sample to the whole world, all countries. This is really nice. And the next one is about the analytical unit. You have a cell level analysis. And in the paper, you also mentioned like subnational and mean levels. I was a bit confused. Of course, I know it's only a draft. Maybe it's better to make it clearer. Yes. And I see that one advantage of focus on like standard and mean level analysis that perhaps you can have more control variables if the mean data are available. So the very last comment is that I really like your descriptive figures. So they are very informative. You can really see, you know, this price change substantially after the outbreak of the war. So one question coming to my mind when I saw, you know, these figures is that, which countries are mostly affected? Could we really, you know, see, you know, some countries are strongly affected, you know, drive this price increase, but some countries are less affected. Probably this would be, you know, interesting thing for readers to understand the whole story. And this could be also useful for you to understand the huge heterogeneity in your results. Because some countries, you see, you know, significant results for some countries, but not for other countries. Probably because, you know, some countries are more affected, some less. Yes, I think I can stop here due to time constraint. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Fei Cheng. Very spot on comment.
Thank you.
Professor De Meyer, please.
Okay. Fei Cheng, thank you.
We have 6 minutes so that we can end up in time.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, for reading the paper, and second on for giving us very interesting results. Suggestion, really. I have a couple of answers to your doubts. The first one is that it's our fault, but we were not clear in the presentation. But the sample actually begins at the moment of the conflict. So we were just showing you the long trend of the price, but then when we do the analysis, we begin from the conflict in February 2022. And so we begin exactly 3 months before that, because we consider that as a shock. So we say it's the beginning of the analysis. So we are not including the period of the COVID or period before, but you're right. We should have something stronger in terms of describing this price change and how these are related to the conflict. One thing that I can say, but on the heterogeneity and which country may be more or less affected and so on, is that we are using country level prices. So essentially, we are already trying to take into account that the price of maize and wheat can be differently responded to the conflict, because we're not using the world level prices, but the country level ones, which has the cost of excluding some countries for which we don't have this information, but at least we are minimizing the point about the heterogeneity in terms of how much we are impacted by the shock at the world level. Still, I think it's a great idea, the one that you are suggesting to you, the shift share with the import, can be complementing our analysis in an interesting way. So hopefully the intuition that the results will go in end with our main intuition. But yes, this is very interesting. It can be doable easily. So we can do that for sure and see what happens. Now, why we are focusing on conflict? The main reason is that I've been working on conflict for a long time, and I think it's an important element to be considered. Yeah. And also because I found this context of the conflict-induced price change an interesting test, both for the theory about conflict as produced by rapacity effect, but also we interpret our paper as an assessment of the ex ante concern about the impact of the conflict. So there was a lot of concern. And our impression is that we are not sure that this concern was correctly put on the economic aspect rather than on other aspects that may be the second order effect of the... Our impression is that at the economic level will not see much, but maybe we'll see effects which were not anticipated in the preliminary analysis about FAO, WFP, and so on. So it was just also an attempt to say, okay, when you do prediction, maybe we should also consider outcomes that are not the most immediate ones and so on. Final point about admin 2, the aggregation, yes, we want to do that exactly because this will allow us to have other control variables that are not very useful at the cell level and instead can be more informative if we take a larger perspective. We wanted to start very fine-grained, and then we want to expand a bit the focus. But yeah, this is another piece that we are gonna include in the final version for sure. But really, thank you very much. It was very helpful, and thank you all for being here until the end.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mikhail. Thank you, Fei Cheng. Very interesting paper, Mikhail. I look forward for the final version of it.
Same here.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone, for staying for the whole session. Let me just say a few words about the session. I personally enjoy everything I attended, and I think I have learned a lot. First and foremost, I learned that geopolitical risks as well as geoeconomic issues could both basically plays an impending role to the achievement of the SDGs. And then from the last paper we discussed, we see that a conflict could also transfer to another conflict that would also be translated into something that impending achievement of SDGs at the end of the day through price channels, as Mikhail just demonstrated in his paper. But there is a good news that if we can turn into more participatory democracy, it can help in expediting the effort of trying to achieve some of the SDGs at the very least. That's what I've learned so far, listening to all the presentations. I look forward for the final papers and the revisions based on the useful discussions that everyone received from the discussants as well as from the floor. Let me just end there with thanking everyone who has been presenting, discussing, and participating in the session, and I'll turn the floor back to Daniel.